Welcome everybody to this long-term plan workshop this morning. So welcome along, and this morning we'll have Amy introduce the team, Carmen and Pip, and then moving right along into our two topics this morning. In terms of timekeeping, I just wanted to kind of give a fair warning at the very beginning. So it's really clear in the agenda how much time we're going to have for environmental regulation protection, then moving on to community preparedness and response to hazards. We will have 40 minutes for the first, 25 minutes for the second, and then activity for 45 minutes. Fair warning to everybody that when we get to the end of the time, the question time will just come to an end. And if you do have questions at the end of that you can email them in rather than extend more time for questions. So if you've got a burning question, get your hand up first is really, I guess, what I'm warning. But otherwise, let's hand over to the team. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Sorry. Good morning, councillors. I'm Pip Moore, having a bit of a moment. Thank you for setting that up. I think I just wanted to correct you that we've actually flipped the order of the core services that we'll be talking to you about. So we'll do community preparedness and response to hazards first today, and then environmental regulation and protection. Yeah, we'll talk through those, each of those services, and then do the activity. We'll try to have as much time for the activity at the end of the session as we can. Sure. So I'll just go through my talking points and get myself back on track. So this is the second of our long-term plan workshops this week, following on from yesterday's session on public transport and the 30-year infrastructure strategy. As with yesterday's session, the purpose of this workshop is really straightforward. We just want to test our thinking with you and seek your direction about the services you want to focus on as we develop the long-term plan. Yesterday we covered the broad context for the long-term plan, the multi-year financial picture. We got your direction on the public transport core service, and we introduced the 30-year infrastructure strategy in record time. Building on yesterday's 30-year infrastructure strategy session, today we're focusing on community preparedness and response to hazards and environmental regulation and protection. Staff will walk you through these two services, covering the overall core service context, the key assumptions and legislative and strategic setting for the core service, the delivery and transition priorities, and then the assumptions and priorities for the individual services within them. Following that, we'll spend about 45 minutes on an activity to test whether we are on the right track in terms of the services you'd like us to focus on. I'm going to turn over to Fiona, Lee and Jessie to get us started with CPNRH, and then they'll be followed by Brett, Paul and Cam, who will walk you through environmental regulation and protection. And then I will come back to the table and lead you through the activity.
And I just want to say one.
Oh, go ahead, Amy.
And I'd just like to add one thing for framing. So whether it is stated explicitly or not, all of today will have with a mind for transition and absolutely having our current context of change at the forefront. So please just add that in. We won't repeat it every time, but that's absolutely underpinning, overlying, and overlaying everything today.
Oh, morena koutou. Community preparedness in response to hazards is probably one of the core services that you're becoming increasingly familiar with. With last week's events in Kaikoura really highlighting the value and the significance of integration across this service. And we certainly feel for those folks up in Kaikoura who are affected by last week's rainfall and flooding. So our ability to manage and respond to hazard events requires planning, preparation and partnerships, together with coordination across catchments, monitoring programs, science and engineering. It also requires a view to the future and long-term investment in infrastructure, as well as investment in knowledge and information to inform decision making. And with Amy's point about transition just now, I think investment and the way that we deliver this core service today really does make a difference for whatever comes next. So in terms of the broader context here, we know that the frequency and severity of rainfall events particularly is increasing. We live on an active plate boundary. The beauty of our landscape is matched by the phenomenal forces of nature, and the alpine fault hazard is one that we live with, but we plan for it. We know there are growing expectations for resilient communities and the way that we plan for adaptation now. We're operating, as you're very well aware, in the midst of major legislative and regulatory reform. And that gives rise to uncertainty around roles, responsibilities, and funding arrangements. Those discussions are live, they're being worked through, and we will learn more over the coming months and years. We also know too that there are pressures on our communities and on us as an organisation. So we're facing increasing pressure to deliver our services efficiently and affordably, but importantly with that view to planning and preparation before events happen. That is where a huge amount of work is done so that we're actually prepared to respond. In terms of the assumptions that have been made in relation to community preparedness and response for hazards, many of these points here mirror what I've just talked about in terms of the broader context. So the main one I'll focus on is the bottom bullet point there that highlights the fact that effective resilience outcomes really depend on coordinated action across communities, councils, mana whenua, and our other partner agencies. And so as you'll see as we go through the various services within this core service, that integration and coordination is critical.
Morning, councillors. Thank you, Fiona. So just quickly to touch on this slide as well, this sets out the legislative context for the core service, CPRH. So these are the frameworks that we currently operate under, the Local Government Act, the RM, Resource Management Act, the Climate Change Response Act, and you would have seen yesterday the Climate Change Response Amendment Bill has come out. So we'll be providing some further information to Council around that as well. You've got the Civil Defence Emergency...
Just on that, have you got any information that you can provide to me relatively quickly on that? Because I'm just going to do an interview very shortly on it. If that's possible, please. I was just about to email about it, so good timing. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I've got Kaikoura at the back of my mind. So.
Why don't you carry on, Jesse?
Yeah.
Do you need some support?
I'm just emailing. So.
Just carry.
So the Civil Defence Emergency Management Act and the changes that we're seeing through the Emergency Management Bill. We have the Building Act, we have the Soil Conservation River Controls Act, and the National Policy Statement for Natural Hazards. These are some of the key legislative frameworks we operate under at the moment, but obviously this legislative context is changing with all of those reforms that I just mentioned, and not to mention also the simplifying local government reforms that we're seeing in the transition space. This is increasing the complexity that we're working in this space. It's also exacerbated by, we're seeing, as Fiona just said, significant climate-driven natural hazard events, and this poses those significant risks to communities, infrastructure, and the economy. So this is really important for us to break this down for our communities and navigate this through the transition to whatever the future holds for local government. Particularly supporting our local councils, mana whenua communities, partner agencies to navigate this complexity and be involved in that decision making at the local level. Just mentioned the amendment bill for the Climate Change Response Act. This will have some requirements as proposed for adaptation planning at a local level, and that'll be part of the regional spatial planning approach under the resource management reforms to look at what are those priority areas for adaptation and thinking about the cost side of that, and the services we provide here in this core service directly linked to some of those adaptation conversations that we'll be needing to have. Particularly the flood and river resilience work, the civil defence emergency management work, and also the natural hazards advice that our science team in particular provides to that conversation. So it really underlines the importance of why we need the right data, information and frameworks in place to support the key decisions that we need to make going forward. So more information to come on the adaptation side and the resource management reforms, in particular spatial planning. Nick touched on yesterday, if you don't mind, next slide please, the 30-year infrastructure strategy. We ran you through that yesterday, and Nick also touched on the Braided River Revival 100-year strategy, as well as also the regional the land holding strategy for our council, two strategies that you've signed off in the past 6 months. And we have the Canterbury Civil Defence Emergency Management Group plan that guides our work in this space as well. So just a bit of strategic context there to set the scene, and I'll hand over to Lee to walk you through the core services individually.
Good morning, councillors. I won't spend too long on this slide because I think you probably have a pretty good handle on the hazards core service. Our delivery priorities, a majority of the core service is around flooding. That's in terms of the majority of the money. So building Canterbury's flood and river resilience is centre to this core service. Improving our hazard and risk information is critical. Our Civil Defence are about to do a whole bunch of work on a regional risk assessment, and there's other work occurring as well. Having emergency capability is key, and it's also key for reform because people are an asset as well as stock banks, and you need people making decisions with good information when things go a bit wobbly. Supporting our community resilience is key, as well as maintaining safe and sustainable operations services such as our Harbour Master, who provides critical navigation services not only to the public but also to our region's ports. And priority for transition, data and information is key in all we do. So we've talked a lot in the last week, post Kai Kaura, about the importance of LiDAR imagery, LiDAR data and imagery, photos, information on our assets. We have a critical survey network right down our coastline and up all the majority of our big rating districts and our rivers. That information tells us what the coast is doing, moving back and forward, if the rivers are going up and down. Our asset and infrastructure is critical in terms of keeping our people safe and where we need to invest in the future in terms of upgrades and making sure that that does what it's supposed to do in a flood event. Flood warning keeps people safe also. There's a huge amount of work that sits in there also around flood modelling, as well as modelling where the water might go. And then, as we saw last week during an event, if something pops out the side of the river, trying to figure out live where it might go in the middle of the night. So there's a lot of critical scientists that sit behind our river engineers when it rains too much. Organisational knowledge in terms of packaging up our services for transition is key. There's a lot of information that needs to be ready to go to make good decisions. And strategic investment, particularly in the flood space. We've seen the work from before the deluge. That's important nationally, but locally, as we've touched on, our 30-year infrastructure strategy is a great lift and shift document in terms of what we think we need to do to keep our communities safe for the next 30 to 100 years.
Yeah, thank you, Lee. Now, this the graph or image on this slide here depicts the sticky coloured dots that you used in a workshop last month to indicate your initial preferences in terms of whether you might like to improve, maintain, or reduce services within each of the 5 services that make up CPRH. Now, completely understand that you may need more information to feel like you're making a really informed choice here, but this provides an overview of your initial responses. And you can see that there's a bit of a mixture of colours within each of those services. And particularly, I'd like to point out the contaminated land and natural hazards service in the middle there, where there's a mixture of predominantly red and yellow dots. Lee will talk to that a little bit more in a moment, and just we'll have an opportunity to test what some of your thinking is there. But as you are probably beginning to understand more, lumping contaminated land and natural hazards together can be challenging in terms of that decision making, because as Lee's already highlighted, the integration between our science teams and our operations teams to deliver our flood response is absolutely critical, and so our natural hazards advice really does feed in to support all parts of this core service.
So I'm just going to quickly ask whether or not you'd like questions at the end or you want it to proceed per slide. I'm just really mindful that this agenda item will finish around about 10:40, and we might let it slip over to 10:45 at a stretch. So do you want questions at the end or as we go?
Let's take questions at the end. Lee is going to rattle through these individual services very quickly, and
Comments
we'll try to leave time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions and comments at the end.
Well, no, look, I just think it might be useful when you put up that last slide, put some dollar numbers against those 5 services. And so you got $40 million for the first one, $2 million for the next one, $5.5 million for the third one, civil defence is $5.2 million, and the last one is $2.4 million. It helps give you scale.
Thank you, councillors. At Speed, our 5 core services, I think you know this one really well. This is where our 30-year infrastructure strategy sits. This is where our scheme review sits. This is where our asset management sits in terms of budgets. It's where our 59 river rating districts sit. This is probably this is the bulk of the money in terms of this core service, as Ian has just said, and the assumption is that it's going to keep raining. Which is why we need this core service, which is flood warning and advisory, exceptionally integrated between the rivers, the civil defence and our science hydrology teams, delivering our service in terms of the warning, in terms of explaining what might happen in events so people can make a decision, but also in terms of the modelling and the data we need to provide advice. Contaminated land and natural hazards. This is 18 staff, 11 natural hazard staff. The focus of this is to provide not only flood information but also coastal and geological information. Our civil defence service relies heavily on our natural hazards team, and our contaminated land team in terms of waste during recovery for an event is absolutely key. So that's that one there. I think you've learnt a lot about civil defence, if you didn't already, over the last week. They provide a great regional service and highly valued by our TAs. And our mighty harbour master in our navigation safety service, a very small team based in Littleton that provide critical service to not only our coastline but all our rivers and lakes in Canterbury.
Right, questions, great. So in order of questions so far, I've got Councillor Robinson, Councillor Campbell, and then Councillor Sunkel, and then Councillor Davis.
I've actually got a few questions, but I want to stick to one, and it's with regards to contaminated land and natural hazards. So I'm thinking about even like with bird flu and using some of the sites that might be bio sort of contamination. And so I think we need to be quite cognizant about that coming forward too, like where is the best situation with these events for location of that disposal. But also, like I attended the Fox River cleanup and contributed there for quite a bit of time. And so I'm quite also wary of the coastal historic dump sites. And so I really want to have a little bit of, I guess, oversight of where we're at with that and where we need to be and what's the relocation of that hazard.
Thank you. Just briefly, in relation to dealing with bird flu, we have a cross-organisational team working on that. It does include a dedicated waste consideration, so that is well in hand. In terms of the coastal dump sites, we have a great database that shows the location of those, and we do have a prioritised approach to dealing with those. So we can share more information with you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Campbell.
I've got two what will hopefully be quick questions. The first one is in relation to flood and river resilience, the key priority, maintain and improve flood protection and river resilience outcomes. My question is about where we're placing the boundary, the transition, the decision between hard infrastructure and managed retreat, to use a not particularly light phrase, but sums it up. How are we pulling those two together, and what are we thinking of?
Thank you, Councillor. We take a immediate right tool, right place in terms of infrastructure, whether that's a hard solution or a soft solution, e.g. a stop bank or a wetland in terms of dealing with water. Longer term, and the Kaikaura flood event of the last week is a great example. So at the moment, we have a number of staff and contractors live in the field, making it safe for the community. So they're plugging holes in stop banks, they're digging gravel out of rivers and finding rocks and that type of thing. Longer term, it might not be sustainable for some particular houses or places, or possibly the town, to be where it is. And that's where spatial planning and longer term support to TAs with adaptation is key. So it's a bit of a two-pronged approach. Hopefully spatial planning will support making some blueprints for the future.
And so hopefully a quick one, contaminated land and natural hazards. Looking down at the very last bullet point there, resource constraints will require prioritisation of statutory and high-value activities. How do we define high value? Is it monetary? Is it health? Is it community value? What's high value?
I guess I'll just say for that particular bullet point, it was a reflection of where your coloured dot was rather than necessarily staff's view of what we should do. For our natural hazard service in particular, for this draft long-term plan, for example, we have 2 fixed-term flood modellers that we were proposing to budget to be permanent. Some of the contaminated land work is slightly scalable, so there's a very small amount of work depending on the priority of the time that you could ramp up or ramp down. So some of it is situational, and it does differ between the hazards and contaminated land piece. Did I cover that all?
Right. Councillor Sunkel, you're next up online.
Thank you. And my question's, I guess, a little bit of advice, and looking at how we've looked at some of these services, and I guess I'm a wee bit distressed at the lack of excitement around natural hazard, and particularly civil defence. We rightly focus on rivers and resilience in that space, but that whole area is much wider, and I just wonder if I could have a comment on the role of CDM civil defence in the wider conversation, both within the planning, then moving to transition and recovery, and the roles that sit in that space, as opposed to just maybe concentrating a little more on our rivers. I do have a concern that we don't quite fully understand the role of civil defence, both locally but also at a national level, of what can be achieved through channels there.
You wanting a comment?
It was a comment.
Thank you, Councillor Sunkel. Certainly.
Well, I did ask a question if we could have a wee bit of a widening of the role of civil defence, particularly recovery and transition.
Yes, we can certainly make a comment on that. And again, the Kaikaura example is a good one. We have a statutory recovery manager. Their role is much broader than just responding to an event. They work right across the 4Rs, including readiness, which is where the risk assessments come in. They are currently doing a huge amount of resilience and education alongside our scientists. They've been out promoting the new information around tsunami hazards and making sure the community is informed to make decisions. They're exceptionally well connected with our TAs as well as NEMA and various other ministers, and they have quite a lot of sway across the region. So although a lot of the money sits in the flood, certainly don't get the impression that we think one is more important than the other. They go together particularly well.
Great, thank you. Next, we're going to have Councillor Davis, then Mackay, then Gerard, and then we'll come back to the core service lead for any final comments or questions. In hindsight, probably should have had the core service leads up here. So Claire, I'll do the same with you during that session as well. Give you that opportunity.
This is for Lee. How many full-time staff have you got in your team?
Within Rivers, there is 98 in operations. There are flood staff in science that are separate to that, about 20-ish.
Ideally, if you go from emergency event to emergency event, how many do you think you need more? If this is the new future, because you just recovered from Little River and now you're in Kaikoura and like.
So what happens during an emergency event, and we'll use scheme reviews as a good example, which we're behind on, is within that team of 98 staff, about 40 to 50 of them are in our river depots. So they're busy doing things. But what happens in the office is it's the same core group of staff that get diverted to man the recovery, which means possibly future investigations and things might start falling behind. So it becomes a prioritisation game within limited resources.
The other questions on the LiDAR, for example, this LiDAR data set that we're doing, we have to cover that cost. Is that right?
We have LiDAR contracts, so we have budgets for LiDAR. I think we're covering the costs for this event, but I'll have to double check. Sometimes during a response event, there's a cost share arrangement, but I think we have paid for it, but I'll have to 100% confirm we have.
To note that in other countries, the government pays for these LiDAR sets. That's maybe something we can make a case for. The last question is, in this Climate Change Response Act, every TA is supposed to have an adaptation plan. And I'm just wondering, does Kaikoura have an adaptation plan? Who actually checks to see, is it like, who's looking after it? Is it MCERT? You know, this is a question.
It will be part of the spatial plan, so they will need to be developed in conjunction with the spatial plan as per the legislation. If they've...
Okay. Councillor Mackay, you comfortable with that answer for now? Yeah, great. We'll move on to Councillor Claire Mackay.
I thought there was some comment going to come from here, but...
I wasn't sure.
Okay.
Did you want to speak?
I was just going to say, echo what Chair Swiggs said, but it's looking at the priority locations across Canterbury within our communities under the regional spatial planning work. That'll be a core focus of that, and then from there we're able to make informed decisions about for our communities around the risks that they face from natural hazards. So taking that strategic approach to natural hazard management across the region, as Councillor Sunkel was pointing to there. So.
Thanks, Jessie.
Thank you. On the navigation safety slide, you talk about one of the key assumptions being that, noting that the wrecked and abandoned vessel management continues to create operational funding pressures. Can you just remind me how those are currently paid for, please?
Thank you. I was hoping someone would ask this question. So we have over 600 swing moorings in Canterbury, And as we know from events earlier this year, sometimes boats sink. And how we recover those costs depends on if the boat owner has insurance, if the private owner is willing to pay, and that type of thing. There was a decision in the last LTP to remove a wreck fee, which has effectively reduced the budgets for navigation safety for the harbours team. Part of what they would like to do going forward, and they do have some small cost increases for the draft LTP. So in terms of increasing the service, staff will suggest we do make this a tinge of green rather than a yellow. One thing they want to do within that is stand up a strategic budget to help get some of our boats out of the water. So we have a legacy issue along our coastline of really old boats that are basically just waiting to sink, and this is an international issue, and you can see it through England. And the harbour master would like to have a small budget, somewhere around 100k, to encourage owners that may want to get their boats out of the water but may need a cost-sharing arrangement to proactively start removing these vessels rather than ECAN having to bear the full costs when they sink to the bottom of the ocean, which costs twice as much money. So they would like to have a conversation around a proactive way to deal with that tactical issue going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Gerard, and then we'll come to Councillor McKenzie.
So, yes, going back to our strategy for our long-term plan and the integrated catchment management, I'm just trying to sort out what goes where and what category. And we've got, I'm sort of thinking, we've got natural hazards. Would alpine fault, drought, wildfire, that sort of thing fit into the natural hazard category?
It's partly in there and partly within civil defence.
And the monitoring of dams, sediment behind dams, is it?
It's in the ERP core service. It's mainly a compliance function, private dams.
So I'm a bit confused with contamination and pollution. It's sort of it's a bit of a crossover. So I find that a wee bit. Is there a clear decision on how to, after an event there is quite a lot of pollution, of contaminated water and all those sort of things that you have to clean up after a disaster. So is there environmental consequences from that, which is not a consent issue, it's a disaster issue? So how do you deal with that scenario?
Thank you, Councillor. I think what you're getting at is trying to understand the difference between incident response and longer term known issues that we're managing. And so you've almost answered the question in a way. The short term piece is within that incident response. The longer term piece, and for example within the service, the contaminated land function has a large database of known contaminated sites, and so we have work plans to proactively deal with those.
Okay.
Last question is, obviously spatial planning is a really useful tool for climate adaptation. So is that part of your package as well, to feed into the spatial plan?
It sits within ERP in terms of a planning piece, but the subject matter experts in this core service will be drawn into that process. It's probably another thing that will be a pressure priority, particularly within the rivers section, if it goes to the extent of drawing lines on maps. So it'll be another juggle.
And I suggest maybe wildfire and could also be there. What was my other hazard? Anyway, yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKenzie.
and I'll try to be. Look. In terms of this core service, and I think John Sunkel touched on it, and Lee's some of her answers, the answers were buried, is that although the dot system might indicate a sort of a crude attitude to how the various sections should be funded, I think the council is probably underestimating the linkage between the different services and the overall delivery of this whole core service. And in the contaminated land and natural hazards, for example, the flood modelers, which you refer to, Lee, sit within there. And when you go out, when you know, the trick is for our rivers team, if they're going to be highly successful, is to a degree be as successful as we were in Kaikoura, where the infrastructure actually did its job for the most part, and the amount of damage was a lot less than it could have been. Now, that takes planning, modelling, funding, and a whole lot of other back office stuff. And quite a lot of that resource sits in the contaminated land and natural hazards part. So when you get a red dot on that, I think that's more, it's not a, I would suggest rather humbly that that is a misunderstanding of the functions that sit within that part of the service, rather than a view that we should slash and burn the delivery of that service. And I note that when we were, for example, down and talking about the work we're doing down on the North Branch of the Ashburton with the land we've acquired and widening the river and a whole lot of other stuff, there was a couple of rather contested meetings from the locals who thought we were wasting money. The modeller, the young chap, came in, put up his modelling, explained how he got to the point where actually what we're proposing is the right answer to give the river the capacity to handle the flood events. That tended to satisfy the concerns that the community was expressing. So this is a really critical point which we need to have, is that really good information, so our front of house rivers engineers actually can say to the communities, this is the right answer for your problems. So I think we need to make sure that when we're saying, which we do in the first, the rivers bit, we need to continue to fund it. What we're meaning is we're funding all the back office requirements as well. And then on top of that, we need to think, the council needs to think that we've been trying to move away from the old model of funding our rivers, which is, all the core services here, which was focused around what you'd call the old catchment board model, which is part rivers, targeted rates, the immediate landowners who are at risk carry the fair chunk of the cost, to a wider funding mechanism, whether it's more emphasis on district-wide rating or regional-wide rating, and that includes your not out of scheme fund. It's called the Climate Resilience Fund.
Sorry, it's currently called out of scheme. We're proposing to rename it as Regional Flood Resilience.
And so the proposal there, and again, what we've seen, and we discussed it this morning, where our rivers team have proposed a solution for the Hamner River. The Huronui District Council couldn't match the funds, and so the part of the project wasn't done, and they lost a camping ground or something in these latest floods. So the intent is to perhaps increase the amount of resources that goes into that type of fund, so that Lee's team can go where the issues are, and hopefully preempt the issues rather than just respond to events. And there are other funding mechanisms we could use to help contribute. And Director of Operations flagged the idea of meeting with the Insurance Council to discuss whether, like a fire service levy, there's a flood service levy which we could talk to them about. So look, we've got to be open-minded about how we do these things. But and just the last point in terms of Claire's discussion. So in that idea of trying to be slightly more open-minded about how we fund these things, if we can link, so one of the discussions we had at the working group is if we can link biosecurity measures of having to haul out boats at least once every, I think there was a discussion that perhaps they might have to do that every second year or something to clean them for the army worm or whatever it is that the boats are getting, then actually if you've got a boat that's worth next to nothing, the owner, and there is no owner, you haul them out and then they get trashed rather than get put back onto a swing mooring. So if we can link the two things to try to sort out some of the potential liabilities we face. That's
Thank
all.
you.
Thank you, Madam.
Great. And thank you to the team. Thank you in particular for keeping those dots on each page and really demonstrating to us that reminding us of the decisions that we're making or the direction that we've been giving you so far. It really does hold us to account for the decisions that we make as we move through the process. So it's really helpful. Thank you so much. And now we're going to move on to environmental regulation protection. We did have a 10-minute buffer for the session, which is now used, which means I'm going to be quite harsh in terms of timekeeping moving forward because the 10-minute buffer's gone. And saying that, though, I'm going to invite Councillor Claire Mackay, if she does want to add in as core service lead, anything that might be helpful as we're moving through, do that. And I will note people's order of questions, but once we get to the time, even though your name might have been on the list, I'll just be moving on. So we'll start with the presentation, and then I've already got 3 people on the list.
They don't know what they're asking yet, but they're
Please go ahead. Oh, no, Claire, do you want to go first? No, okay, so I'm up. Great.
Good morning, councillors. With me today, I've got Paul Hulse and Cam Smith, who you all know. I'm mindful of time, Chair, so I would invite you to give us a hurry up when you need to.
We have 40 minutes for the session. We finish at 12:15, and we intended to have 45 minutes starting from 11:30 for the activity, but I'm just going to ask, could that be done in 35 minutes? 35? Yeah. Okay, great, thank you.
We'll rattle through. Okay. So a brief around the context for environmental regulation protection. It is an integrated regulatory system. It manages environmental risks. It balances sustainable use, supports community wellbeing, and a decision in one area affects things across the system. So it is complex, it is big, and it is wide-reaching. The service continues to transition from a collection of regulatory functions to a much more integrated and place-based way of looking at the world. We have ambition to be more digitally enabled and really focus on outcomes. There is a context that we're delivering within, and I'll just go through a few of those, and that is obviously we've got some major ongoing legislative reform that will roll across the top of our operations. We have an increasing ratepayer and customer expectation of what we deliver, and that we deliver more efficiently and we deliver more with less. We have an existing regulatory revenue model that constrains some key improvements that are really critical for us to make. And I think probably the last point is the most important one right now is there is a need for us to build an agile and future-ready regulatory system that can adapt to whatever the future may bring to us. So there's some key assumptions that sit under this core service. We're going to have some legislative uncertainty. It will exist for some time. RMA reform and other. As I said, community expectations to improve regulatory delivery will continue alongside that reform, and there will be an expectation that we continue to deliver seamlessly without any slowing. The resource management reform changes are going to require significant implementation resourcing and thought given to how we pivot and adjust to new legislative requirements. Pest management legislation and functions will remain largely unchanged, we think, but community expectations are for increased pest control, and that's going to continue, and we're seeing that now play out. I won't pause too much on the next 2 slides other than to point out that we do operate within a legislative context, which is, again, complicated. And there is a fair bit of emerging reform coming through too that is going to further complicate that context. Similarly, in a strategic context, we have a number of strategies that guide us. You will be aware of these, so I won't dwell on them. What is important is for you to understand our delivery priorities. And these priorities are largely responding to legislative reform and evolving community expectations and the environmental pressures that we're seeing. So I'll just run through them. We do have a priority to enhance our regulatory posture with the community, and by that I mean getting very clear who we are as a regulator and how we can be expected to engage, and being very clear to our communities on those two things. We're going to have to turn our minds to implementing resource management reform where it becomes clear. We have a desire to improve our regulatory systems and processes to really become far more risk-based. We say highly automated. That is an ambition. I think increasingly automated is where we are going to pitch, and digitally enabled. We've spoken about reviewing and establishing a new regulatory revenue model, which is critical for us to really become a modern regulator that we have an ambition to be. We will complete a review and implement a 2028 Regional Pest Management Plan, and we'll work collaboratively to establish, sustain long-term pest management funding models, which is, again, is a challenge for us. And we will embed an integrated place-based collaborative way of implementing our services within this core service. Perhaps the one thing I would add that's not on the slide is we also have a keen focus on improving how we deliver our regulatory functions, and that is really how we communicate and how we leave people feeling, which is about how we behave. It is not talk to any change in outcomes, but definitely a change in how those services are delivered. And within the context of transition, we definitely have some priorities as well. And really, they are largely internally focused. So we do want to make our data ready across our regulatory delivery and state of the environment science functions. We do want to understand and improve and prepare that data and information to support transition to whatever the new form may look like. Similarly, information readiness across the ERP core services, and that is that we are well documented. We have our contracts well documented and managed. We have good policies and workflows that are ready to ensure that this core service continues to function for the people of Canterbury regardless. And pest management, and that's really understanding future delivery requirements, implementation costs, and what territorial authorities may need to take on in the future. In short, I think our priority is really to ensure we leave a legacy of fit-for-purpose services and functions that are going to continue to deliver for Canterbury, regardless of what happens. And that will be a major focus for us over the next couple of years at least. And also a desire to really position our people to be valued and to be preferred to deliver those services. They are highly skilled, they're highly experienced, and have a desire to position them well for future change. Which leads us into a slide very similar to the one that Fiona introduced, and this has come out of the workshop with Council, where you indicated your initial preferences to improve hold, steady or reduce services. That is just there to give you a general flavour of where things landed, and what we'll do now is I'll hand to Paul and Cam, who'll run you through each specific service.
Excellent, thank you, Brett, and good morning, councillors. So, Brett, Paul and myself will tag team through the next 10 or so slides. First of all, we have regulatory frameworks, key priorities for the service, delivering both the regional spatial chapter and the natural environment chapter within the combined regional plan, achieve alignment across the region for that combined plan, and review and notify the regional pest management plan, remembering that regulatory frameworks isn't just about the RMA, it also includes the regional pest management plan, which is delivered under the Biosecurity Act. Key assumptions for the service is that we will be responsible for regional planning through to 2030, and legislative planning reform will land in 2026, and so this is what we are planning on at the current time. At your workshop, you said that you wanted to hold this service steady.
Kia ora, councillors. So the next slide is around the authorisations, our consenting service, the key priorities, as Brett's alluded to, continue our efficiency and platform improvements via the Smart and Enabling Regulator programme, continue the pressing consents and deliver to national direction as would be expected. But obviously, again, as Brett's alluded to, we need to remain flexible and agile to handle the changes that reform will provide us. But the assumptions that we've provided are that we are going to be responsible for issuing consents at least through to 2029. We know that the new resource management legislation will likely require reduced consent processing, perhaps more permitted activities, but fast-track consenting will remain in place for the foreseeable future. Your initial signal was that you want this service to hold steady. Compliance, RMA compliance, compliance monitoring and enforcement, where our priorities will continue with our improvement programme, as Brett has alluded to, in focus on risk, property and digital enablement. And we'll gain approval through the LTP to implement a new compliance revenue model. The assumptions are that the new revenue model will be adopted and cost recovery will be managed in line with existing revenue policy. The function will need to be prepared for an external shift, but it's unlikely to be before year 2 of the LTP, and a shift to more permitted activities via resource management reform will require adjustment. You've said that you were looking to focus on reducing this service, but as I know in your previous slide, there is a split between hold the service, improve and reduce, so maybe a matter for further discussion. Incident response, our priorities will continue to respond to reports of environmental harm and incidents across the region. And the assumption for this service, we will continue to receive around 3,500 to 4,000 reports each year. We will respond to them in our prioritised way as usual. And you've indicated that you would consider this service to hold steady.
Pest management service. So key priorities for this service are implementing a regional pest management strategy. So we have a regional pest management strategy in place at the moment from 2018, and as we said earlier, we are reviewing that, and that should be notified in 2028. A key priority also that was reflected in some of Brett's earlier comments, seek sustainable long-term funding approach to key pests, and that's reflected in some of the conversations that we're having down south, but also at a national level. Key assumptions for the service, Biosecurity Act amendments will have minimal impact on how we deliver the service, so the Biosecurity Act is being reviewed. How we anticipate most of the changes will hopefully speed up some of the ways in which we can undertake a review of the regional pest management plan, but no more at that at this stage. Also, continued pressure from key pests and a community desire that we respond to these. Continued pressure for increased Pan-South Island collaboration. So we are having ongoing conversations across the South Island, particularly with the Otago Regional Council, but also others, about how we collaborate on pest management and also how we collaborate when we are developing a regional pest management plan. And also key assumption is that government funding remains year on year. And so that really talks to some of the need for a sustainable long-term funding approach. At the workshop, you said you want to focus on improving the service. The Indigenous Biodiversity Mahinga Kai service, key priorities, delivering biodiversity protection and restoration initiatives at priority sites, and that's the priority sites component there is reflected in current service level measures. implement the Christchurch biodiversity targeted rate as planned, and so that's obviously been a key driver within this work stream over the past several years. Maintaining collaborative partnership, co-governance programs, and particularly thinking there the Whakaora Healthy Harbour program, Te Waihora co-governance, and those sorts of arrangements. Key assumptions for the service: we will have additional terrestrial biodiversity responsibilities, but uncertainty remains and prevents us from undertaking detailed planning in that space at the moment, and that's being signalled through the resource management reform. Ongoing community desire for increased funding support, particularly in this in this service, we have the biodiversity targeted rate, and as all of our funding streams are community incentive funding streams, they are oversubscribed. You said you want to focus on reducing the service. The next one is data, information and advice. Key priorities for this service: maintain a robust environmental monitoring and knowledge system, continue to provide high quality and timely advice to support decision making, and improve accessibility, integration and usefulness of environmental information. And a lot of the work within the service talk to the key kind of transition readiness priorities within the ERP. How do we make sure that we have our data in a good place to support transition? Key assumptions for the service: the need to monitor and understand Canterbury's environment will remain. Long-term environmental monitoring networks are a strategic asset that must be maintained through transition. Future decision makers will increasingly expect accessible, integrated and decision-ready environmental data. And strong science capability and trusted advice will remain essential for effective management of natural resources and environmental outcomes. Councillors previously said they want to focus on improving the service, noting that the transition readiness of it. This brings us to the last service within environmental regulation and protection, and this is local action. So key priorities for the service: continue delivering contestable funding transparently and equitably. The key to funding pools in this are the CWMS Action Plan budget and the Waitaha Action to Impact Community Incentive Fund. Continue delivering, supporting our significant local programs, SCAR, the Soil Conservation Revegetation program in North Canterbury. It will focus largely in North Canterbury, and MARA's Managed Aquifer Recharge program that's down in Hekiau Hines. Also embed integrated place-based delivery, so some of the work that Brett was talking to earlier about how we work at place with communities is delivered through this. Key assumptions for the service: the SCAR program will be enhanced in line with government grants, so you'll be aware that we have put in an application for additional or ongoing funding from Ministry of Primary Industries. And the other uncertainty here is around local leadership groups, and the assumption here is that will be resolved in August one way or another as the Mayoral Forum considers what's next. You said at your previous workshop that you want to focus on reducing the service.
Great, thank you. So before we move into questions, it's just dawned on me, it might have been helpful at the outset if I'd actually just clarified what really the point of today is. It's to retouch basically on the service, but 11 months into the job, we are well across what the service is, so we know that information. Some of us, many more months than 11, and this really is testing the assumptions. We're going to have a number of workshops on each of these topics over the next few months, and this is testing the underlying assumptions that we're making as we move forward into the work. And then the only other comment I'd make is I noticed that somebody double-dotted because somebody did, because there was 18 dots in authorisations, so there's somebody being a bit tricky in the room. So we're moving to questions. I have Councillor Falk, and by the way, 11:38 is the cut-off that will move over to Councillor Mackay to do final comments. So we do have plenty of time for questions, and we'll move over, but we'd like to be able to make up some more time for the activity if we can. So Councillor Faulkner, then Councillor Campbell and Councillor Robinson.
Can you go back to slide 23, please, the strategic context. And for me, something is missing in this conversation. We've got 7 items up there that are significant work streams. And as a council, we've agreed a strategy moving forward that we're going to have the organisation and the core services in a position where they can be easily handed over. Now, that's great, but underlying those core services are numerous relationships, and you look through those 7 items there, and there's some pretty strong relationships. And if we don't maintain those relationships and enhance them so that they're in a position to easily transfer over into the new entities, we could have a bit of a problem. And I wonder, from a strategic point of view, whether, and this is the question, whether the relationships quality is being assessed and identified, because it is an asset of the organisation, and how do we value that asset and make sure that it flips across? Because I look at some of the words that everybody was using: fit for purpose, legacy, handover quality, collaboration, trusted advice. They're all relationship based, but we're not really identifying that and putting a value around it.
Yes, so we have quite a comprehensive relationship management matrix where we've identified all the strategic relationships that are key to our delivery. We have assigned relationship leads, and we do measure the health of those relationships and ensure that we service them well. I think what you're signalling, though, is that there is a need for an increased focus on that as we move into transition. I agree.
Councillor Campbell.
Seeing as we're testing the stickers that we put everywhere, that's exactly where I'm going to go. Looking at looking at the 3 that have got red stickers against them, so compliance, biodiversity, and Mahinga Kai and local action. To me, it was clear when I looked at these a couple of nights ago that compliance, biodiversity, and Mahinga Kai are not red. They're hold steady, because they're an even split. And if you put the hold steady on either the increase or the decrease, that becomes the majority. So my first reaction was, they're not red, they're hold steady. And then if I reflect back on that exercise, I think Stephanie will remember when we were at local action and I put a sticker on there and it was red because it was the only one I had left. And I said, I don't believe in what I've just done. Yeah. So actually, when I look at this, I don't want any of these to decrease. And if that means none of them can increase, then so be it. Because these are all important. And if somebody had said to me, you can choose to put hold steady on all of them, that is what I would have done. So I just think we really need to take this with a very big dose of caution, because I definitely don't believe compliance, Indigenous biodiversity and Mahinga Kai are decreased. I think that's quite clear. And in my heart of hearts, I don't want to decrease local action either.
So before we just come to staff to respond, I just want to say I was the person who gave the instructions on that day, and I said, actually, you have to make some hard choices here.
Yep.
I said, you have to use these dots. You cannot put hold steady on everything as we move into a reform position. So the exercise that we brought to you was to get some really clear steer. We will now be working through the detail of the exercise, but staff needed an original steer, and we had to make some hard calls. If we put green on everything, we'll be doing the exercise again.
Yeah.
But anyway, over.
Yeah, but I would just add to that, but we can hold steady on them all. I mean, that was the exercise, yes, but reflecting on what came out, I would say hold steady on them all.
We might get to that point as we move through the workshops, but for now, this is a reflection of that. But
thank you, Chair, and also thank you for the framing at the start. Well, actually, the framing you've just reminded everybody. I did give the framing yesterday, but a really worthwhile, good lesson for me to remind everybody each time. Again, this is the process that that we're running through. These are the things that we heard or that we've from the information that we received, we've put that analysis up. This is about testing. So thank you, Councillor. That's a really good example of this process. We will roll through layer by layer, and we're narrowing each time we come to you. Absolutely bang on around. We are looking to what we're going to fund for the LTP. As I said, I remembered to say at the start of this morning, it is about transition as well. At what state? Where do we want to be? And also the fiscal impact of that. To follow up with the chair, we did absolutely force some of those decisions. It is going to get difficult. We are fiscally constrained, and we also are very mindful of the impact on our ratepayers, and particularly we've heard in this chamber the impact on the not just the general rate for everybody, but some of the targeted rates as well, and what they equal. Previously of long-term plans, and it's ultimately the decision of this council. But over the first 3 years of the long-term plan, they all add up, and those percentages get really high. And Giles and I are arm in arm about presenting you also with the fiscal impact of some of those decisions. They too will be challenging on your values, just as these decisions are challenging on your values. So thank you for raising that. Thank you, the Chair, for the reframing. We are going to keep pushing these because they're going to be tough. Yeah.
Great. Councillor Robinson, then Deputy Chair Cranwell.
Thanks for that. I took a photo of the stickers on the boards, so I just went back and I audited it, and it's correct. But I think that what she was probably trying to say is that no, it wasn't like it was for my own mind, but I think it was a good task to actually see it like this, to actually go, oh my God, it's more important than I thought it was. Anyway, so under the core legislative context for the ERP, there's one that's missing, and that is New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. And that's the only mandatory policy statement under the RMA. And so it is standalone. It's the only one that needs to be implemented at all times. So I'm adding it there. Otherwise, it gets slipped off. It's also on the strategic context as a standalone regional coastal environment plan, 2005. And also under the priorities for transition, policy statements should be on there, not just policies. And further down, the terrestrial biodiversity, we can't just talk about that if we talk about Indigenous biodiversity in Mahiakai, because that's disingenuous. It actually includes marine and freshwater. So just the narrative on there, it's nothing, I know the intention was no doubt there, but I'm just clarifying it's not just terrestrial, and that's in the biodiversity strategy as well. So that's my thing. So do you agree, I'm going to make it into a question, do you agree that the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement should be on there? Because I do.
What I think you're saying is thank you for those that direction and edits. My team will come and take that piece of paper from you, and we will wind in that advice through that information going forward.
Also, just to be clear on that list there, we have the list that was just up with the core legislative context. The slide before, the RMA is there. We have lots of national policy statements that are compulsory, including Indigenous biodiversity. We haven't listed all of the national policy statements here. Right, being the regional coastal. Great, got it.
So it led to it.
Helpful, thank you, got it. Okay, that is noted, and we're on with Deputy Chair Cranwell.
Kia ora koutou, thank you for the presentation. I'm trying to remember, was it Dr. Compliance, Doctor Enforcement, was that right? And Patient X, is that right?
Yeah.
When you were there at the workshop? The Wānanga. Oh, okay. And considering that I think it was Doctor Enforcement and Doctor Compliance there, that Compliance got a red sticker, but that's another. So similar to Councillor Campbell there, just when I went through it in reflection, I kind of thought there was two which dropped, red sticker. That was local action and incident response, and I probably saw one with a green sticker, and that's data, information, advice, and I probably saw all the others on hold. So, similar to Councillor Campbell, I was kind of interested to see, especially on compliance, the red sticker, and considering the workshop we had, or the Wānanga, that a lot of the discussion we had was in around enforcement, compliance and monitoring. So I'll just probably leave that one there. And also Indigenous Mihinga Kai biodiversity, I probably look at those figures there, see that as hold. And just on that, we're going to go back and look at the video evidence and see that Peter Scott double dipped on the authorisations. Kia ora.
Great. Well, moving along, we do have Chair Swiggs and Councillor Scott.
Thanks. Just on the compliance piece, and you were saying that that's a red. In the context of the RM reforms and the more heavy weighting that's going to likely end up in compliance space rather than in the consenting front end, how do we start to then reconcile the decisions or the points that we've made in this to where we actually probably need to be ending up? And then does that end up being looking like a different model about more weight on user pays rather than actually reducing the service so that you can get that compliance to where it needs to be based on where the legislation is heading? Notwithstanding that it potentially is going to be taken away from us in the outset, but we still need to plan for it.
Yeah, I think I suppose the first part of the question is, I think there will be no letting up of compliance expectations as reform lands. I expect to see we'll have to also incorporate how we manage increased permitted activity monitoring as well, which will be for us to figure that out. And you're quite correct. This particular service is user pays and general rates funded, and if you strike the balance right around the user pays component, that obviously has a reduced burden on the general ratepayer. So that is a discussion that this council can have as it goes forward. Notwithstanding, the signal is, as you're quite correct, that compliance will be removed or centralised of some description. So, but I think that's work that still is relevant for transition.
Maybe I'll make a comment too that I think this will present us a challenge because compliance is a seamless spectrum between education and enforcement, and if you start to fragment that, it becomes difficult. And I think as we see what the reform is really talking about and starting to take a compliance and enforcement function central, we will need to think about how we cement in that spectrum in our operations so that we don't lose it.
Sure.
I think another piece through the process of the LTP from my point of view would be useful to understand what is the RM on-farm style compliance that we do, and then what is the other type of compliance activities that we may be doing and where they may be thinking, where the government is thinking and heading with some of that. Because when we say compliance, there's a whole lot of stuff. And some of it may be going to a central regulator, but some of it may stay with us. So I kind of think it would be useful to break that up and understand each part of that, because just lumping it all into compliance doesn't really tell the picture, I don't think, and I don't fully have an understanding of it.
What I could add process-wise, these workshops are about testing your assumptions about the things that clearly you felt really strongly about. Some of them some of them they were 6 of one, half dozen of the other. that it's also useful for us to then identify what are the hot topics, what are the things that particularly you might want to focus on more strongly. That will then help us triage all of these issues down to, for the next round of workshops and more active approaches, then what do you need more information on to make some of these tricky decisions? So this is not a one shot. And internally as well, we're looking at the direction you're giving us of the things you're more interested in. We're also, as I said, we'll come back to you with that transition overlay. Yes, we're interested in this. Yes, we think we want to transition the service in whatever this state is. This is our current state. What do we need to invest or de-invest to make those things match? So that more information will come, and also more information about what the next steps are for your consideration. You can imagine if we gave you the entire frame or all the information at the start, it would just be too much, and it would be just a visual pizza. Right. So yes, those are all good points. Thank you.
Great. Like an eating mess.
Would you like to? Yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just want to make a couple of comments, and one of these is just to remind ourselves about how dynamic this actually is. So remembering that yesterday, during your briefing on the RM changes, there was a note around the national direction, and you asked about things like farm plans, and I think the answer was we'll be running two systems simultaneously. Now, there is nothing for me but the first thought is, that could be more expensive. It's likely to be more complicated, and we have to prepare for readiness. So I'm trying to give Kaimahi time to do things in real time and to give you as much information as quickly as possible. But you can see that in our real time, this is changing fundamentally, and in ways when we talk about readiness, in the context of LTP, and I will say this publicly, I do not think there is sense in doing what we're doing. So, councillors, we're doing our best, but to do an LTP at this time with this level of change and the expectation around either rates capping our communities to reduce investment but increase service, something will have to give. And I think politically you need to be well aware and well positioned for that as we proceed. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Can I just say before I start what I was about to say, I love workshops, I really do. And when we dissect them like we have, that's even better. So can we have more workshops, please? I don't think I would have ever caught myself saying that a week ago. Can I just say that I totally agree with what you just said, because that's my point. My point that I'm trying to make here, and I think the pest management slide that we've got with a green dot on it, I think those last two bullet points should be up in key priorities for that service, because it speaks to what you just said. We need to ensure that those national programs anyway are highlighted, the fact that when you shoot us, who's going to maintain those?
Yeah.
You know, and we need to start getting to politicians, not right at this point in time, but especially in October, November, and the advice that we give to incoming ministers about the fact that some of this stuff's critical. And we're the only ones that got that in our conscience. So that's a good slide. I'd like the other 2 points up higher. That's all I want to say.
Great. Thank you. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you. Look, I thought this was a budgeting exercise, but we seem to have wandered off into all sorts of other areas. But in terms of the response, I've looked at the 8 deliverables here, well, core services, and my view is, where can we get extra value for no more or less dollars? And I know Peter and Nick have been talking about how we work pest management, for example. Is there a better way of delivering on that? And for Indigenous biodiversity in Mahingakai, I think there's absolutely no question that we can deliver for the same value of dollar, rather than just throw more money at it, which is some of our councillors' attitude. If we can actually get better outcomes for the same budget, that would seem to be what we should be focused on. And in Indigenous biodiversity, we've got a whole lot of sort of political funds meant to be delivering on biodiversity, which could be easily repurposed and get far more value out of the delivery. And I think we need to focus on that. And so I think some of the red stickers probably in that area are focusing on actually not necessarily cutting the budget, but actually getting better delivery. And that is particularly the case in local action, but where I think actually, because that includes a whole lot of soft deliverables, with youth engagement and talking to pre-primary school kids about things where actually, and the budgets for these are quite substantial, but the outcomes are pretty hard to measure. And I think it's worth interesting. I put the dollar values for each of those things against each other, and then you compare it to the CPRH dollar values, and we're just totally out of proportion to each other, where we're spending $9.5 million on local action and only $2 million on flood warning. I'm not suggesting we need to spend $9 million on flood warning, but if you actually put those things in proportion, there's an awful lot of potential here to save money for, and this exercise, because it's a budgeting exercise, is establishing priority, which is the point you made, Madam Chair, at the beginning, that this isn't a question of, just saying green sticker on every activity. It's saying, if you're under pressure, where would you make the cuts, or where would you look for efficiencies? And I think that's where we need to be focused. So I'm actually quite relaxed about the three colours up there across the 8 services, because I think they probably are a reflection as to where we can look for efficiencies and where we can look for budget cuts.
Great, thank you. That was comments, so no questions there. We have 3 more councillors who have requested to speak, but I'm going to go to Claire. I'm going to go to Claire at 11:38, which means that Councillor Moody, your question needs to be nice and sharp, and it means that also Councillor Davis and Councillor Gerard will have to turn it into an email, because we are moving on at the end of this question. Over to Claire. No, your question. Yeah.
Kia ora. Support obviously the observations of Campbell and Cranwell, that just a bit of a simple miscount there on the compliance and biodiversity. Too close to call, and therefore hold steady is an obvious guidance from that. The compliance, we've spoken about when we were on that previous one on hazards, CPRH. We talked about kind of the red dots there, but when we come to ERP, I notice we have a tendency to go, well, this is where we need to make the tough calls. This is where we need to make the sacrifices. We've got to trim the fat somewhere, and this is our very human tendency to think, when it comes to hazards, human life, well, we've just got to protect that. That's where we put our money. But when it comes to environment stuff like ERP, this is where we might be making the savings. And I think that's very natural for all of us as humans, but we should just check ourselves and remember that it's our clean, green region that generates the money for our agri-exports, generates the money for our tourism, and protects our human health, and that ultimately this one is what we do and where the strategic return on investment is, and not to leap to thinking, oh, here's where we make cuts. So thanks. That's my short and sharp point.
Thank you. And Councillor.
Okay, look, I just want to probably draw people's attention to slide 24, which was a couple before this one, which was the key priorities, which I think is really important just to keep in your mind. I'm not quite sure what's in the workshop, but I do think that we probably do need to look at the compliance thing, because my sense is that was the reduce or the red was around the fact that the sense that we're going to have a new model around charging for compliance, and therefore the opportunity for reduction. So I'd just like to test that if that was something that we can do in the workshop that's coming up. I also do agree that they're awfully integrated, all of these core services. Indigenous biodiversity in Mahinga Kai, we have been focused particularly on our freshwater biodiversity and protection and restoration initiatives. And it's also tied in with the local action and a lot of our contestable funds. The investment in Indigenous biodiversity in Mahinga Kai went up substantially in 2019, I think it was, or that long-term plan that was done around that time. And I'm also do wonder whether we can actually spend that much more sensibly, which was, I think, was the point that Councillor Mackenzie actually brought on there. I know that there is certainly a real interest in the community to get increased funding support, but I think sometimes there's a reality that we've only got so much funding to go around. And I mean, we've seen it with the Christchurch targeted biodiversity rate, which we're getting an update on soon. The other red one that I think that we need to look at perhaps in the workshop is thinking about the local action. And I do agree with, I think Councillor Mackenzie once again called these as soft engagements, and I know I put a red sticker here. So there is an opportunity, I think, there to be much smarter. But I would like to just tease out the embedded integrated place-based delivery, because I have heard from the council table, councillors sitting around here, that we actually want to amplify our water and land team. And this is, as I understand it, where our water and land team sits. So I think that it would be just interesting if we look at the workshop there just to see whether we still want to invest in that water and land team, which I think touches a little bit on Councillor Moody's comments there. So, look, I do agree with some of the comments, but I'm more thinking around what could we get out of the workshop.
Great, thank you for that sum up, and thank you to the staff team for bringing this forward and bringing us through to the what will come next. So thank you very much. We will now move on to the activity. And just whilst the team are shifting over, I just want to remind all of the councillors, the decisions you make in the activities matter. You can see that because what staff are asking for here is some direction. They need to find ways to get direction from us as a collective group of 16 people who have different values and different views to bring to the table. Some of the time you might like the activity that is being done, and some of the time you may not, but it's finding interactive ways to really bring all of our voices forward. So a reminder to please be really mindful when you're making your decisions in the activity.
To the activity. This activity is called Are We on the Right Track? And its purpose is simple. We want to test whether those priorities that we've been talking through this morning and the indicators that you've given us previously, whether they actually reflect where you as councillors want us to focus. Your feedback here, as Amy has said earlier, is going to directly shape the workshops that will come in the future. And the core service conversations that we'll have through August and September and October. I will say that to just expand on that, to answer your point, Councillor Mackay, that those areas where you've said you want us to focus on, whether it's green or red, those are the conversations that we will bring back to you, and those will be individual. Like we'll do our best to make them individual conversations, so really deep dives on those particular services. So to make, in the interest of time, we're going to have two conversations in the room. On my left side, we're going to have a conversation about ERP, and on my right side, we're going to have a conversation about community preparedness and response to hazards. I will ask our presenters, Brett, Cam, and Paul, if you can gather somewhere over here, and Fee, Lee, and Jessie to gather, I think probably over by the council door might provide a lot more room, to have a discussion about these three questions. We want to know, was there anything missing in the key priorities and assumptions that we shared with you today? Is there anything missing? I think some of you have covered that and we've captured those, which is great. Secondly, is there anything that you disagree with? And then thirdly, are the indicators right? So ideally, if you can, as a collective group, give us that, it's a real sense check exercise. What are the dots that we've said, are they actually correct? And if you would change them, what would you change? So we've got 30 minutes for the exercise. We were planning on having a little bit more time, so perhaps if we just spend 20 minutes in the small group discussions and then come back for a recap afterwards.
Okay, sure. And in terms of the recap, will you be seeking for somebody to be one of the councillors to be? Right.
Very good point. Yes, thank you. I would say that core service leads might be best to provide the recap.
Right. Okay. Are there any further questions, Councillor?
Can I suggest we mix it up a bit? Because if we go with straight right and straight left here, we're not going to get a representative sample in each group.
I'll do 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm keeping core service leads out of this. 1 is here, 2 is here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
So which is 1 and which is 2?
1, 2.
Okay, what are you?
Comfortable with that? going to move into the report back, and we'll just start with 1, then 2. So we'll start with so Councillor Mackenzie, if you do 5 minutes on the report back, 5 minutes tight, then Councillor Claire Mackay 5 minutes tight, and then staff wrap up 5 minutes, and then we can go to lunch.
Okay, well, I don't think it'll take very, very long. I think there's a, actually, I might need to stand up here.
How are we going to?
So the first 2 greens,
John
river resilience and flood warning and advisory, I think the view was that the council has got them. I think the view is that the council got those 2 right in terms of priorities. The next one is contaminated land and natural hazards. The view was that they're 2 different issues and they should be split. And in terms of the natural hazards, a lot of that is tied up with flood and river resilience planning, flood warning advisory services, and to a degree civil defence. The discussion was there's no intent to cut that back, and as has been suggested, if the staff that sit there were sitting in the first 2 boxes, then in fact everyone would agree that they were integral to the planning and the for flood and river resilience. In terms of contaminated land, I think people agreed that was if it was required, that is a lower priority. And there's a crossover there with TA functions. And so it's a question of sorting out actually where the funding does need to sit in that. And then CDEM and navigation safety. I think the consensus was that a hold steady is probably relatively appropriate. There is an issue with the issue that Claire talked about earlier on, which is old boats on swing moorings and how we deal with that. I think there is a view that it was agreed that that is something we need to address, because that is a biodiversity and a hazard and a pollution potential. It crosses over a few portfolios, but it's something that we do need to deal with. And any increase in resources required will be relatively modest in the big scheme of things. And so perhaps we'll talk about that in some of the other later workshops, but there was a general consensus, I think, that they would be sympathetic to a small resource increase there.
Great, thank you. And so Councillor Claire Mackay.
I'll probably be pretty quick too. I think the general consensus was in all of them. There are in our 5 or 6, 2, 4, 6. In our 6 themed areas, there is ways to do everything better, so we'd be expecting that to occur. We need to invest resource to reinvest in the business. With regard to the red on the compliance, there was certainly agreement in our group with that comment that I made a bit earlier on, that the red was probably there because it was less general rate funding coming from the if we can get through the proposal to actually charge a new revenue form around compliance. There was a bit of discussion around our other 2 reds, which was local action, and we did talk about whether the land and water team sat in there, but apparently they sit across both that and compliance. There were some views around whether we focus on authorisations and plans and compliance versus how we deal with people, but I think there was some strong points on both sides. We need compliance and we also need to work with people. So the importance of actually getting the right people doing the jobs is helpful there. There was also some discussion around the importance of reinvesting or investing in data, information and advice. So that's a green. But the business improvement that we need there, given that, regional councils have got a reasonably short life, that we need to think about any investment in the context of what we've got coming forward. So we need to actually be smart about systems and anything that we use there, because we know that MCERT, MPI, MCERT now is also looking at investing in some platforms around data, etc. Authorisations, of course, the indications are that the new regulations will look that there's probably going to be less authorisations required. But we also know that there is a lot of work going on in our organisation, Smart Enabling Regulator, to try and increase the efficiency of our processes. But when you combine the two, less organisations and increased efficiencies, we're actually going to have less money going in there. So could be a double-edged sword. But to be fair, if applicants are spending less money on there, then they can spend more on their being compliant and getting those on-the-ground actions done. So for us, it was all around basically delivering our outcomes and getting more bang for our buck.
Thank you, and we'll come back to the staff with a final wrap-up. No, we're just having the core service leads report back on this one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, councillors. This is a really good session and very helpful for us. I just want to say that this is a very difficult process, or it will become a very difficult process and require a lot of trade-offs. Yesterday you gave us a steer around public transport, which was pretty much go for it. That's going to mean quite a significant rates increase. If we're holding steady or improving in these services, we're not going to get that low to zero rates increase that you guys signalled to us previously. We will bring back a bit of a reality check based on the guidance that you've given us over the last couple of days at our next workshop in January. We're not there yet. Early August, to really help paint the picture for you all. So in the context, speaking of January, I'm just going to bring this slide back up and restate where we are in the process. We're just starting to dig into those layers that Amy mentioned earlier. We will, as we get further into our workshops over the course of the next 3 months, we will be able to shape some work programs and budgets that do have that 2, 5, and 10-year planning horizons that are important for this long-term plan. And then, we will. Hopefully, by the end of the year, we will have more confirmation and more clarity about the direction for the long-term plan and what it means for those services. So I will just say that the points that you've raised, we thank you very much for all of those. We've definitely taken note of what you've thought is missing and what we can bring back for you next time, and we look forward to continuing the conversation in about 3 weeks.
Great. Well, thank you very much to all of the staff for putting in the work to bring the information to us. It really does feel that our training wheels are well off, that we've gone through an annual plan, and that's put us right up into a 10 speed and moving fast, and now we are jumping on our Harley and going to be doing something really super fast. But the reason I raise that is to say, as we're going to be moving through this, I really appreciate you saying we are going to get reality checks. The time for learning and is done, and the time for testing is now going to get even harder. So thank you for that. Just a reminder for this afternoon for everybody. So thanks to the whole team, and a reminder to everybody this afternoon, 12:45 to 1:15, biodiversity workshop, 1:15 to 2:15, simplifying local government, 2:15 to 3 p.m, one stadium, and our chair will be here for all of those. Great. Thank you.
Enjoy your lunch.
Cool. Welcome back. Good after the lunch break. We've got now our briefing on the Christchurch Biodiversity Targeted Rate Program. Brett Aldridge, Carl Diamond, you're coming to the table to introduce this report. This is to update councillors on year 2 of the Christchurch Biodiversity Targeted Rate Program.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'll make this introduction pretty short. Basically, this presentation is to provide a background to the Christchurch District Biodiversity Targeted Rate, to give you an update on implementation so far and talk about year 2 delivery. I will hand to Carl Diamond to introduce his team and lead off in.
Kia ora. Firstly, I'd just like to introduce my colleagues, Tom Scott, who is Team Leader Regional Strategies, and Sean Burkett, who is the Team Leader Biodiversity Biosecurity Regional Team. And I also want to introduce to the group as well, we have in the room 2 of our steering group members, being Andy Thompson, who is the Operations Manager for the Mahanui District Department of Conservation, which many of you all know, and Dave Newey, who is the Principal Policy Advisor for Biodiversity from CCC. In terms of our presentation today, we're going to be doing a little bit of context setting up front, and then we're going to be talking a lot about what we've delivered in year 2, followed to where we're going next. And we just packaged up a couple of key takeaways that we want you all to take away at the end. I'm now going to pass over to Sean and Tom, who are going to deliver the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Carl. Just wait for the next slide. Yeah, thank you, Carl. Just a wee bit of background on the targeted rate program. So it was adopted through the LTP 2024-23, kicked off in financial year 24-25. We hit the ground running and funded some, there were some shovel-ready projects that we looked at funding, but the focus towards the end of year 1 was some foundational work around setting up the framework for the program going forward. That led to a series of stakeholder and partner workshops. We came back to you in August 2025 and to talk through some of our key recommendations. And then that was through year 1, and then we've just finished off year 2 and beginning year 3. The next slide, I believe there was a handout. That's just effectively looking over what year 1 looked like with all of our projects that were supported in that first year. Next slide. So just to go in a little bit more detail with what happened with year 1, we had a variety of interviews with mana whenua, community and other stakeholders through a series of workshops. This was to gain information going forward. This was followed by 2 subsequent workshops which discussed our governance approach and where the focus for this program should be. At the last workshop, the discussion was focused around whether we'd be looking at threats or the values, and ultimately it was agreed that the dominant focus was on protection and restoration of values at priority landscapes. Staff updated council in August at a workshop where we heard from you that the program, again, must be additional funding. It wouldn't displace our BAU biodiversity work within the Christchurch District. There was strong support for our hybrid delivery model and strong focus on the co-funding element as well. And that this was to be looked at effectively as a sort of a $10 million over 10-year program and not necessarily a $1 million per year program.
Yep, so after the establishment year, our next steps were to set up a steering group. So Carl's already introduced a couple of our steering group members, but there is also membership from Environment Canterbury, that's Judith Earl-Gillay and Dallas Seymour, as well as representation from Mahanui, Kurataio, and there's an open invitation for Whiti Ora to participate in that steering group also. The purpose of the steering group is to provide guidance, feedback, and advice to support the program delivery. And with this membership, and the intent is to ensure strategic alignment across key agencies and mana whenua within the district. We had our first hui in December of last year, where a strategic framework, which is on the next slide, was finalised. The funding process, which we will talk to shortly, was confirmed, and the steering group also endorsed 3 projects, which Sean is going to talk to soon. We have subsequently had 2 other steering group hui, the second being in March and then most recently in July. These included updates and progress towards the contestable fund and direct delivery portions of the fund. And the steering group has been providing guidance regarding Runanga engagement within the priority landscapes, which we'll talk to soon. Next slide. I'm just at a very high level and conscious that writing's quite small, but this is our strategic framework on a page, and I just want to reinforce a couple of things for you, that this program delivers towards the priorities of the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy, and the intention is that we support multi-year projects with multi-year investment across the 6 priority landscapes that are identified. Go to the next slide. So this slide talks to more or less the way in which we deliver funding. Some of you will recall the workshop which we had last year, which was intended to form up some of this. That was in August last year. So there are 2 proportions to the fund. 20 to 30% of that is delivered through a contestable fund. That's aligned with existing processes, so the other contestable funds that we run, and that's available for the whole of the Christchurch district, so it's not just ring fence for those 6 priority landscapes. We also have a direct delivery portion of the fund, so currently that's around 70 to 80% of the fund. The intent behind this is, as I mentioned earlier, to provide multi-year grants to community, runanga and agency-led work that delivers towards the priorities of the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy and within those landscapes that have been identified through that year 1 engagement process. I'll kind of take you back to the workshop which we had last year, which some of you participated in. And there was a lot of discussion at that time about how the direct delivery model was intended to have a greater impact over a longer term. And it enables us to fund those larger scale landscape level biodiversity initiatives. I'll just draw your attention to that last bullet point, that we're taking a staged approach. So Sean's already mentioned year 1. He will soon talk to 3 projects which we've called Tranche 1. These were more or less investment or shovel-ready projects within those 6 landscapes, and we're currently entering the Tranche 2 process, in which we're working alongside Papatipi Runanga and community groups within each of those landscapes to understand and build shared priorities that we'll then look to develop programs for on an ongoing basis.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, the contestable funding for year 2, that's just, hopefully you've got that as an attachment. This was just a map of the successful and unsuccessful applicants. We received about 26 applications for almost $1.5 million worth of funding. Those 6 projects were the successful ones. We allocated just on $330,000 from year 2. And we're just noting that this year's contestable funding will, along with the other contestable funding streams, will open on 1 September. Well, that's the intention. To be able, so there will be a decision before the end of the calendar year. We realise that year 2, the decisions went basically until June. So I'm just going to go through an update for each of the 6 priority landscapes. And the first 3 are the Tranche 1 projects where we have invested some of our funding. So this is the Kaitoreti Wairewa priority landscape. The project that we are supporting there is the Kaitoreti Legomorph project. We've invested $350,000 for 3 years. There's the list of the project partners. We've got Andy Thompson in the room, who probably knows more about this project than anyone. And so that's a 3-year, and that's underway, 3-year project underway. And we intend to have a wider community engagement about that priority landscape, probably in about 12 months' time. Whakaraupo, again, it's one of the Tranche 1 projects. We've invested $300,000 from the targeted rate over 3 years for ungulate control. Again, a large array of project partners, particularly Whakaora Healthy Harbours Partnership, which includes Ngāti Wheki, City Council, Lyttelton Port and others. That is probably mainly in the planning stage. There has been some work underway there to do some ungulate monitoring and just to fully understand the problem before we can prepare a wider strategy. And again, we'll look to undertake some wider community engagement in 12 months' time. Next one, please. The third priority landscape that we've invested in is the Banks Peninsula Coastal Cliffs and Rocky Outcrops. So this is with Christchurch City Council as our project partner, undertaking some rocky outcrops weed control. We've invested just over $200,000, and they've undertaken some weed control already, with some more planned in the spring. And like the other 2, we'll undertake some wider community engagement, probably in about 12 months' time. The next 3 are ones where we haven't decided on any projects yet, but we are undertaking we've had a through June and July, we've worked with Anuku Runanga to identify shared priorities and shared work, and we attended a hui over the weekend with groups to talk through those shared priorities. The next steps is to engage with wider within that community. Next one, so the Pawahoa Hutai Estuary catchment, we're working with Papatupu Runanga and the environmental entities to determine our shared biodiversity priorities in that area. And the next steps are to undertake hui with community groups, ideally within the next couple of months. Next one. Yep. And the last one is the Lower Waimakariri River. Again, we're working with Whitiora to determine those shared priorities. And as before, we intend to undertake a community hui within the next few months, I suspect. And just some key takeaways for you all. So we're looking at this program. We've got a long-term view with the program. That's a 10-year, $10 million program. With the focus on those priority landscapes, we want to be able to channel, I think, as much of our resource into those priority landscapes. There'll be different methods of delivery, whether it be through agencies or runanga or community groups. And so each of those delivery engagement will look different based for each of those priority landscapes. With the intention, obviously, to focus to make that $10 million go further. Yes, thank you, Tom. As an example, if we just move back to the Kaitoreti example, this is a wider project that while our funding is $350,000, the overall project funding is over $2 million, which is our intention. Thank you.
And just any questions? We do have with us 2 of our partners, so we may call them to the table to help with the answering.
Thank you so much, and it's really good to see the partners in the room as well. So thank you for coming in and taking the time to do that. So I've got questions from Councillor Robinson, Davis and Campbell to start with, and then Ian McKenzie.
No, thanks for this. I've just got a couple of questions. The first one is regarding the extension of the 1 year targeted rate program to 10-year concept and delivery. Was that something that had to be consulted on, considering it was targeted rate for 10 years as opposed to the long-term plan 3-year thing? Does it?
Through the chair. So being a targeted rate, it is quite ring fenced. We've quite strategically looked at. We didn't want to go and spend $1 million for $1 million sake in year one and not being spent as efficiently and effectively as possible. Year two is a similar. We're still building. You can see that 3 of those 6 landscapes, we've got good action plans and processes in place. 3 of them we're still working with the community groups. So we want to make sure that we're spending that money in the best possible way during that 10-year period, opposed to locking in $1 million each year.
I also have had some feedback from community, and some have been successful, which is great, but others have not been successful. And without saying names or anything, because I don't think that's appropriate, there was some assessment criteria that some were quite concerned about, and how the focus has been on particular outcomes rather than biodiversity as a whole. And so I'm wondering, I would like the criteria to be probably a little bit more teased out. And my key concern is, and although I think that the steering group has amazing people in it, don't get me wrong, there's no governance oversight from us. And that, I think, would be more... it's a lot of taxpayer money, and there's no governance person on it from us, from council, and I would actually have expected to have seen that, considering I was part of the biodiversity strategy formation and we're using that as part of it. One of us, we've got a biodiversity champion and a person who's originally on that committee. I would really like to see that going forward. And it's probably a council decision, I know, but even someone sitting on it makes me feel more comfortable. I've just got a wee bit few concerns about it, and to be frank, I have.
So I think there were 2 questions in there. The first being around the criteria, the decision-making framework. I mentioned earlier that the intent and those criteria are very much aligned with the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy. So that has been the process which we've undertaken, but yeah, absolutely take on board that feedback, and we can take that away. Just on the second part, Sean talked a little bit about the year one process that was undertaken. So community consultation, mana whenua, community members. From that, advice was prepared on how the rate should be rolled out. The establishment of a steering group was intended to align with that, and you recall we had a workshop with the council last year in which that process was set up. So that's the process in which we followed.
It was always the intention of having someone from governance on it. It was, actually. Well, maybe that needs to happen then. Something's just like, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, next question is from Councillor Davis.
Okay, moving on. I've got 2 linkage questions, and one of them includes Dave from CCC. But the first, for Sean and Tom, with priority area E, I'm thinking about the linkage with climate adaptation and wetlands and seagrass beds. So when you do these priority areas, are you thinking climate adaptation as well?
Yeah, it was her.
Hey, Peter. You turned on your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Andrew, could you just repeat the question?
So when with these priority areas, Are you thinking there's a link with climate adaptation and climate adaptation planning, with as far as we're going to restore the wetlands and the seagrass? And I know it's not your wheelhouse, but because, okay, then I'll go to the second question. So Dave at CCC, they've done the climate adaptation plan for Kokorarata, which was part of the Littleton Harbor one. And I'm wondering, where's the linkage? And this is great because we're going forward into a new form of governance. I'd like to see that this adaptation planning, coastal adaptation planning, is part of this biodiversity piece. And is there any talk about that happening at your end?
There's certainly linkages between the work that I'm doing in the biodiversity space and the climate adaptation team. We are within the same group, and we talk regularly, certainly with regard to using adaptation responses to climate change and the effects. So at this point, it's the conversation is happening in terms of how that flows through into the documents. That's still a work in progress because the adaptation planning process is quite long term, but it is at top of mind for the team working in that space, absolutely, yeah.
At the top of my mind, I'm thinking, I'd love to get Kokorarata into our priority area B because it's gone through that adaptation planning. So therefore, it could then sit in that biodiversity space as well. But this is the future. Yeah.
I think there will be opportunities to have further input into that in a different process over time. Spatial planning and stuff like that will be where you can highlight this as well. Who else did I have? Councillor Davis. Campbell.
Kia ora. This is really like it lots, and like the priority landscapes. They make complete sense. I can see why they are. My question is around the contestable funding. So the priority landscapes are where you're putting the long-term funding, and the contestable funding is for anything within the Christchurch city boundaries. What I'm looking at here is actually still that contestable funding is mainly grouped around the priority areas. And I can sense some community voices in the back of my head going, actually, we missed out, how come? So I'd just like to know what the criteria are for the contestable funding, what you're looking at, and whether there is a criterion about trying to create a fair distribution over time through all the places that may be saying we want to do X here.
Thanks for the question. The criteria for those applications include what's the impact of the project. There's an assessment of the group that's applying. There's another couple of criteria there, but there's nothing around that the project has to be spread evenly across, or the project distribution has to be even across the district.
Yes, so just what I'm seeing from the first year, and this is obviously just the first year of contestable funding, is it is still very, very grouped around those priority areas. There's only two that aren't either in or on the edge of a priority area. And when I look through the unsuccessful applicants, I see quite a few who aren't in those priority areas. So I wonder whether there could be, and I'm thinking over time, okay, obviously from year to year it's going to change, but I wonder whether there could be some weight given with all those, good fit and good organisation to a spread over time, so that everyone in Christchurch who's contributing to this has some sense that somewhere near them a project is benefiting. That's, yeah.
Through the chair, I think perhaps the better way for us to move forward here would be we can send a copy of our assessment criteria to you all. We're constantly looking to improve on our processes, so if you have any feedback, then we'll take that on board and we'll look to adapt next year's.
I've got 5 minutes left in this briefing, and I've got 4 councillors: Mackenzie, Faulkner, Ward, and then Ward, and then Gerard.
I have to say, let me qualify. I pay 2 lots of rates now to Christchurch, and so I have a particular interest in this, which may be to your dismay. But I think that my comments are that the discussion so far has been councillors trying to direct you as to how to spend the money, and I think that's inappropriate from governance direction. I would have thought our role in this is to actually ensure that you're spending the money efficiently, and accordingly, my questions are: is that you've got steering groups and lots of meetings. Are you funding the steering group? And all the other meetings you've had, and the cost of those meetings and all that planning, has that come out of the $1 Million Fund, or has that come out of other budgets to aid the efficient delivery of this fund?
Through the chair, the full $1 million goes to operations on the ground at this point in time. There are no costs associated outside of labour for staff with the steering committee meetings.
Councillor,
through the chair, there are some costs associated with mahanu kuratai and advice that we receive through that process.
Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you. Just looking at the coastal cliffs area, and there must be a significant mileage there, and you got 201,200, and it would appear to me that just surveying that area and finding the weeds prior to even killing the little buggers would take up a significant amount of money. So I'm just wondering, how effective is that going to be?
I think most of that work has been done. It's the extension of a probably over 10-year work program that we've partnered with Christchurch City Council. I'm pretty sure that those weeds, those spots, have been ID'd, and the money has been spent solely on weed control. Councillor Ward.
Most of my questions or concerns have been expressed by Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. Councillor Gerard.
Yes, I just noting that quite a bit of the work is also pest control, so like the rabbit control work, and so yeah, there's quite a crossover between biodiversity and biosecurity, obviously, and so it's just really how to frame that into a question. It's sort of when we're looking at the funding, it's really it's an and because we're dealing with pests as well, and that's also like with rabbits, it's contributing to land management as well. So do you cross over at all with your land management, land and water team, or other teams in the organisation with this work?
To the first part of your question, Councillor, the priority principle of the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy is around protection of existing biodiversity. So hence you see the alignment with the targeted rate, and hence you see the focus of the activities being around, pest control and fencing and those types of activities, which go to protecting existing biodiversity. To the second part of your question, yes, we're working across teams within council and other agencies in order to form up and create shared priorities within each of the landscapes that we're targeting.
Councillor Moody. Little.
Very little. Just to support Councillor Campbell's point and question. I've had that same feedback from ratepayers that, a lot of biodiversity is in the Banks Peninsula, and so under the principles of this, that's where the money's going. But of course, most of the people live in the city and perhaps like to see that work closer to home. So I'd be interested to also receive that matrix that you're sending to Councillor Campbell so I can better understand the whole process.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Appreciate you taking the time to brief us on this. It is of quite a lot of interest to our councillors in the city. So I think you've heard that, and thank you very much. Next, we've got the simplification of local government briefing from Patrick, Olivia, and Henry. We're just going to take a 2-minute break to reset the technology so that we can get the briefing and everything up to scratch. Minute and a half. Patrick, over to you. Take us through this. How do you want to run this? Do you want to have questions as we go, or run through sections and then ask questions? We've got an hour for this session.
I was going to say let's do sections, but what I will propose up front, so actually if I jump to that first slide, I'll mention this in terms of approach, then I'll introduce the team, and then I'll jump into it. In terms of purpose, so this briefing has 2 purposes. One, an update on the context of where simplifying local government conversations are at across Canterbury, and then a opportunity to discuss your position as a council that you're taking around simplifying local government, and whether you would like to further develop that. My proposal is the update on what's happening across Canterbury. We go through that quite quickly. Because while it is interesting, it is also shifting sands, and we could spend 4 hours talking about the different permutations that could come out of that, and then we could keep going after a break. So I propose we move through that quite quickly and spend more of our conversation around the position of this council, if you're comfortable with that approach, Chair.
Yep, cool.
Great. Cool. So to introduce the team, you know me, I'm Patrick Lindsay, I'm the head of our strategic transition unit, but I do want to introduce a new face to you all. This is Henry Peach, who's joined me in my team as a lead strategy advisor in the strategic transition unit. You'll be seeing his face a lot around simplifying local government conversations. And he's just moved down with his whānau from Wellington back home to Christchurch. So we got another one, guys. And you all know Olivia as well, who can speak to the complexities between simplifying local government and resource management reform. So that's the team that you've got with you today, including some other folks that we'll pull in as needed. And I'll also note we didn't circulate this briefing in advance. This is a fresh briefing that's coming up to you, and you've just received paper copies. That's because we were updating it up to about 90 minutes ago as councils were making decisions and we were reflecting new information that was coming through. So it should be as fresh information as possible. But that does mean that as we go through the slides, there'll be new information coming to you as opposed to you having been able to absorb it for time in advance. So background and context for simplifying local government. You know all of this. We all have matching tattoos that say all of this. It's the process that we're working through at the moment, and territorial and unitary authorities have until 9th of August to submit Head Start proposals.
Of course, the Head Start process is not the only thing in simplifying local government. There's also a backstop process that's in place that would require, from the next local body election, central government to put together a process to form unitary councils from all of those other councils that are not involved in a Head Start process. And I just say that particularly to highlight that it's not Head Start or nothing. There is a wider process that's in play here. And the other thing I want to reinforce here, and I do this every time I get the chance to, is that while this is a process that's being put on you by central government and being put on territorial authorities by central government, it is also the biggest opportunity to reorganise local government since the 1989 reforms. And so it's important to think about the long-term and intergenerational opportunities that might be realised out of this, as opposed to just what's right in front of our noses right now and the pressures and challenges that we might be facing today and that your TA colleagues might be facing today or tomorrow. This is also a 40, 50, 60-year set of decisions that, of course, are being put to all of us in a 3-month timeframe. So turning to an update of where each council in Canterbury is at. I'll note a couple of obvious things at the moment, one of which is that the decisions or directions that each council takes about who they might dance with through a Head Start proposal limits or changes the opportunities that other councils have about who they might go with. So there's this shifting movement of if one council looks like it's going in another direction, that changes the opportunities for other councils. That drives a lot of flexibility and movement in the options that we're seeing across the piece. I'll also reinforce most of the councils have undertaken many different forms of community engagement at really short notice. And they're right in the middle of taking decisions on preferred options, decisions off the back of what they're hearing from that community engagement. So there's quite a lot of flow as it's happening there. And the last thing I'll note is that because the space is moving really quickly, there are also fast-moving decisions between councils and backroom conversations that councillors are having, that you will be having with your TEA colleagues, that people are having in pubs across the region. We're basing this advice and this information that we're putting up here on publicly released information, and there's a whole wealth of non-public information and conversation that's going on in this space, but we're just basing on publicly reported council decisions here. Starting with North Canterbury. To start with Kaikoura, who just yesterday, Kaikoura District Council took a decision that their preferred approach was to align with Marlborough District Council, and Marlborough will be taking a decision on the 23rd of July whether they support putting forward a Head Start proposal with Kaikoura. So that process is working its way through there. Huranui, there appears to be support coming through from the public consultation or public engagement for a North Canterbury cluster. Of course, where Kaikoura goes affects what a North Canterbury cluster looks like. Remember those statements before. Huranui District Council have a survey running until the 22nd of July to understand feedback from there. Waimakariri, public feedback they've received from their survey broadly supports a North Canterbury aligned Kaikoura, Huranui, Waimakariri cluster, with just 10% through that public engagement supporting a greater Christchurch alignment for the Waimakariri area. So lots of different movements in that space, and all of those decision points being listed on that slide there. Shifting to Central and Mid Canterbury. Christchurch, you'll be aware, they're undertaking various briefings and workshops. They've also undertaken some pretty impressive economic analysis for the Christchurch City Council area. Selwyn, they're exploring a number of options, including a standalone option, as it being a standalone unitary authority, joining with Selwyn or Ashburton, or joining with Greater Christchurch. And they've had a particular focus that Meg Liddon's brought forward around keeping Selwyn as a whole district, as opposed to slicing up different components of Selwyn, rural, urban, that sort of thing. Ashburton have been looking both to the north and to the south in different directions, but also noting that the decisions that cousins to the north and cousins to the south might make affect some of the conversations that are happening in Ashburton. So that's not a lockdown situation either. And lastly, turning to South Canterbury, where, as you'll be aware, significant work has been taking place in this space even before the simplifying local government process came into place. Timaru, Mackenzie and Waimate are all consulting on and have had conversations about different configurations of South Canterbury models. And there's been some ongoing conversation about whether Ashburton and Waitaki would be involved in that, but those three councils have a broad set of alignment around shifting there as a proposal into the Head Start process. Waitaki District Council took a decision last week around their preferred option being to join with the South Canterbury cluster through the Head Start process, and have very strongly put forward and heard from the community preference to treat the Waitaki River as a single catchment of whichever side they might land. They have of whether it is more in a Canterbury direction or more in an Otago direction, a view for the whole Waitaki River to be viewed as a catchment and managed in a single way by a single unitary authority. And then sitting on top of, or amongst, or knitting together all of those councils' conversations that are happening at the moment is the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. So the Canterbury Mayoral Forum has met a number of times throughout this process and have made statements about the desire for a consistent region-wide Head Start proposal for Canterbury, and have stated that they'll be developing a coordinated response that supports all of the local proposals and shows how those work together. We'll touch on that in a few slides, but that's where the Mayoral Forum have landed and how they're knitting things together. And Tairunanga or Ngāi Tahu have also put forward a proposed structure as well. You'll note that through the eligibility criteria in the government's Head Start document, it's only territorial authorities that are able to put forward Head Start proposals under the formal structure. That doesn't stop other people from putting them forward to be considered by others as well. And this is exactly what Ngāi Tahu have done through this process. And they've outlined some pretty clear proposed principles. These were articulated at the summit that you hosted a couple of weeks ago. But some pretty strong proposed principles around following the Ngāi Tahu Takiwā, managing around catchments, leveraging the scale of the whole Ngāi Tahu Takiwā, and incorporating genuine cooperation between councils and Papatipu. Interestingly, I think this Ngāi Tahu proposal has also noted a couple of different tiers of government, as opposed to just a agglomeration into unitary authorities of existing councils. So proposing a local governance layer, a regional layer, and a takiwā layer that provides some back office functions. So that's sort of outside of the specific criteria government have put in place for Head Start, but that doesn't mean it's not very worthy of digging into in terms of that. This is the biggest restructure and reimagining of local government in the last 40 years, so we might as well think broadly about such things. Where all of this leads to is a lot of different governance models under discussion. These are just a few. This leaves out individual options that might be considered. This leaves out a couple of different structures that might be considered. There are a lot of options on the table and a lot of tables on which those options are on across Canterbury. That's not the case in every region across the country. There are some regions that have kind of clustered around one or two proposed versions. I would say that we have a large field of wildflowers across Canterbury, where many ideas are popping up, which is not necessarily the case in other regions. Though not surprising, given the size and scale of Canterbury and the differences across the entire region. This also speaks a little bit to go 2 slides back to when I noted the Canterbury Mayoral Forum proposal to be able to bring together a common view across all Canterbury Head Start proposals. This speaks to some of the challenges that the Mayoral Forum will be working with in that space, and that you, Chair, will be working through in that space with the Mayoral Forum to be able to bring together that cohesiveness of those proposals to achieve that outcome there.
Can I just be very clear on that? Excuse me. On that particular point, the Mayoral Forum isn't going to put a proposal forward. It's really there to try and bring them together and endorse, or not, different proposals that different TA groups will do within. That was made very clear at the last Mayoral Forum. That is the position that the Mayoral Forum is taking. Do you want to ask questions at this point, or shall we go through a little bit further?
I've got one more so what slide here,
yeah,
and then we can jump to some questions on what everyone else is doing. And so what we've tried to summarise here is a couple of so whats from looking across the process, and the process to date at the moment. And the first one on that top left is around those regional functions. So you as a council through this process have been really focused on regional functions, including catchment management and delivery of some of our current functions at an appropriate economy of scale. There has been some conversation about those through this process, but we haven't seen that deeply in a large number of the TA's conversations in this space. So we want to elevate that to you. We've also sort of characterised some of the discussion as covering 3 Cs: cost, community feedback, and cross-subsidisation of regional functions. Interestingly, those have been driving a lot of the conversations. Yeah, I don't think that's going to stick. There's been quite a lot of conversation around those, and interestingly, not so much around specific shared principles or the specific eligibility criteria government has put forward for Head Start proposals or other things like that. Those cost, community feedback, and cross-subsidisation or perception thereof are really strong drivers of this conversation. We note that the level of options analysis varies quite a lot. Some of that reflects that this was a whole bunch of new work that was dropped on TA colleagues that they hadn't necessarily incorporated and planned to do. But it also shows how different councils have engaged with this and how they've been engaging with this work over time. But there's a lot of variance in that analysis. That lack of common Canterbury-wide view on what the best option is, as we discussed before. There's a lot of different clusters coming through, shifting day by day. We'll also note that the public engagement processes, timelines, and decision-making processes have been really variable. As we went through those last couple of slides, you'll have noted that there are different due dates for each of the consultation or engagement processes that councils are doing, different dates that they're taking decisions around simplifying local government processes. So there's not a sort of cohesive, let's all get over the line together. Each council is following its own processes, which makes sense within their processes, but could be potentially challenging if things were to try and line up with each other. And that last point that I'll mention is around the how regional shared service models or delivery of regional functions, that hasn't been deeply considered through the options analysis we're putting forward. That has implications for us in terms of the delivery of the functions that we currently do and our desire to see those functions that we currently do be delivered well into the future. So there's a bit of an opportunity there that we'll go into in the second half of this conversation about what we might do in that space. But I just wanted to make it clear to you that delivery of regional functions hasn't been a strong driving factor in a large number of these conversations. I can pause there for questions and a bit of conversation, and then we can dive into the next component around what's actually within your control as a group of councillors in this space.
We'll ask questions of this now. So Peter Scott.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for this, Patrick. It starts putting some jigsaw puzzle together. But my question really is that when we looked at our Three Waters reform, it was looked at numbers. We were looking at like trying to circa like 1 million people needed to be there to ensure those things that were. Mayors have been given a fair bit of leeway in terms of where they want to draw their lines, and to a certain extent they make sense in terms of catchments and things like that. But numbers will be important towards the end of this. And I hear then the Sarah lady from DIA saying, you know, if things make sense, they make sense, and the minister may adjust things. Is you get a sense of that at all?
That's been an ongoing conversation throughout the entire simplifying local government process, as councils have tried to find what's the magic number where you have enough population to make it make financial sense. It doesn't really work like that, unfortunately, because you can have heaps of people over a huge area or a small number of people over a large area. The services don't necessarily work, particularly regional council functions work on a population basis. So there have been attempts to try and find what that magic population number is, but it doesn't quite work on a population basis, unfortunately. Oh, sorry.
Question in light of what you just said then, you would think the simplification of local government means there needs to be a sameness across the country in terms of how things are delivered. If we haven't got a quantum of people to actually be able to afford the service, that changes the delivery model in each area. I can look at, you know, what possibly could happen down our way, and we could end up with like 80,000 people in a unitary. If that was, but that's not. My personal belief is that's not enough. You know, we need to push out a bit further, because we could do some things, but we can't do all things.
And I just note on there as well that government's intention is that these Head Start proposals that go on the 9th of August are a sort of high-level, I think a handshake agreement is a phrase that's been used. And then there's time to be able to develop more of that detail and financial detail as it goes through. My view, and I think Sarah has reflected this, but I don't want to put words in her mouth, is if you go through that Head Start proposal and if you've been accepted as a Head Start proposal and you work through the detail and you find, the numbers don't stack up in the way we thought they would, you can change following that point. This is about a high level of intent for 9th of August, but government, I don't think it would make sense for them to hold people to something that doesn't make financial sense once those numbers are done through that process.
And hold that thought for the next section of this, because it could form part of a principle that you want to carry forward, or that we want to carry forward. But is there any other questions on this section? Councillor Gerard, then Councillor Faulkner.
Looking at the urban and rural clusters and trying to make financial sense of it. Now, in Hawke's Bay, they've got Napier, tiny little council, and then they've got Hastings District Council, which is Waiwara, back down to Whangahu, and it's massively, all the roads and bridges and infrastructure that Hastings District Council has to look after, and of course that council's more in debt than Napier. So I'm just wondering if that would be this sort of a similar scenario that we had provincial and urban, that it would be one council would be much better off, which would be the urban.
I think it's fair to say that the tension between urban and rural communities is not unique to Canterbury, and that's something that a lot of regions are working through. I think also the perception of debt and shifting of debt between councils and others, and someone being worse off or better off, is also a driving factor. And I think that's in the 3 C's that we've put up there, the community feedback and the cost. That's where a lot of those things are coming from. That concern about will we have more voice or less voice if we join urban and rural or separate those, and will we have more debt or less debt if councils merge together or don't. And those are very strongly characterise a lot of the conversations across the country.
Can I have you got another question?
Just to comment on the Napier was the one that really, really fought hard to keep urban and not have to do the rural stuff because they didn't want that debt. So
yeah, we're in a different time now.
Yeah.
I want to get to the next sections. Councillor Faulkner.
Just quickly, looking at the first 2, regional focus and level of options, and one leads on to the other. in-depth analysis. Have you reviewed it? And I'm looking at some of the options and I'm thinking, God, if I was in Cabinet, I'd be going, yeah, nah. Is that going to be do you think that comment may come back from the government?
So we know that between 9th of August and an unnamed date in September, Cabinet will be making decisions on which Head Start proposals they support, and MCERT have a process where they're taking the Head Start proposals, putting them through the eligibility criteria, and providing advice to government as to which Head Start proposals they would recommend go forward. So I think the level of robustness of the analysis that councils have done that have fed into the Head Start process will make it easier for MCERT to be able to provide advice to government of whether they consider a Head Start proposal is ready to go ahead or not.
Yeah. It's a good question, and you've done a very, very good answer. Let's try and avoid putting political questions to the staff who can't answer questions on what Cabinet might or might not do. But it was a good answer because that is the process that they will go through, and I think that is really critical that MCERT will be giving advice to the ministers, and then the ministers will make their decisions, and we don't know what the ministers are thinking. But if you start thinking some of the bills that are going out, and especially the one that I've just read, which was the climate adaptation, they've got a clear desire for a certain way. Any other questions on the state of play at the moment? No, so we'll go into the next section. Thanks, Patrick.
Great, thank you. So turning from what everyone else is doing across the region to what can we do as a council, what can you do as a council? Because of course regional councils can't submit a Head Start proposal ourselves under the process. We can't submit an eligible Head Start proposal under the process, but there are things that we can do and that you have been doing. So to characterise the approach that you've been taking since we heard about this simplifying local government process, you've informally been taking a facilitate and support role within Canterbury. Where you've sort of been viewed as a neutral but interested party in discussions. Your actions are focused around supporting the work other councils have been doing. There's been meetings between staff and meetings between councillors to be able to inform the work that's happening. You hosted the Simplifying Local Government Summit. Financial data about regional functions has been provided, and you've developed catchment maps and provided those to councils to support their conversations. So it's been a position of providing information to support decision makers at territorial authorities to inform the decisions that they're making. I'll note that not all councils around the country have taken this approach. It's not a default approach. It's an approach you've quite intentionally taken. To give an example of some other approaches regional councils have taken across the country, Greater Wellington has formed a joint working group with other councils in the area and have seconded a director from Greater Wellington to lead that piece of work. Bay of Plenty Regional Council has developed specific preferred unitary models and provided those to the other regional councils, saying this is what we think is good for the region or best for the region. And Southland have created financial models to enable affordability of different structural models to be tested. So there's some more, there's other approaches and other work that other regions are doing, and a lot of them are sort of pushing into the decision making of regional councils, whereas your approach has been more of a facilitate the decision making that's going through there. There's a few examples of some of the work there. Some of the A3s that you've provided to inform regional discussions by territorial authorities, some of the slide decks that you've developed and provided. I haven't included the beautiful slides from the summit in there, but they were good and received quite a lot of feedback around how useful that was. But I will note at the bottom there, you hosted the Canterbury Simplifying Local Government Summit. I'll reflect that several regions have reached out to us after that, asking for what did you do, how did you do it, how did you make it work that well? We'd love to do that in our region. So I think you're viewed very positively by other regional councils around the country for that work, and they're a little bit jelly. there's also the work, the individual conversations that you're each having. I'm sure every time you check your phone, 12, 13 notifications from other councils have come up. Each of those conversations in that corridor that you're having is helping to facilitate and influence the conversations by your TA colleagues. That's all powerful stuff. We're nothing if not adaptable in the strategic transition unit, Chair Swiggs. I'll bring one of the reasons that I bring this slide up is one of the things that you've put forward as a council in your conversations with many other councils that has been filling a space where there hasn't been much other conversation is around options for the delivery of the current functions that are currently provided by the regional council. So you've been providing a spectrum of options to illustrate different things that could happen in that space. This slide was provided at the summit that you hosted in Lincoln a couple of weeks ago, and is intended to show that there are many options for how regional functions could be delivered. There's not just one. Each of the different options has potential risks, potential benefits, different scales of cost, different appropriatenesses to different places. One of the other reasons that you've undertaken this work as well is to help you have that conversation with other councils around mitigating risk to some of the functions that this organisation delivers currently. For instance, the disruption of some regional functions like civil defence or flood management through a period of transition, if that isn't transitioned well or in a tidy manner, could have pretty significant life and property risk, whereas other functions could be a bit muddled through a transition and it wouldn't necessarily be as dangerous to human life, to property, all of those sorts of things. It's helping you have that conversation with other councils about some of the stuff that we do is actually bloody important. If you wished, staff could work with you to progress some further detail on these kinds of options if you thought that will be helpful to continuing your conversations with the rest of the region. I just wanted to flag here some shared principles for decision making. So there have been a lot of principles that have popped up through this simplifying local government process. Down the left are a set of emerging design principles that were sort of landed on through the Simplifying Local Government Summit a couple of weeks ago, of principles that were broadly agreed or discussed across the room as things that would be helpful for proposals to seek to achieve, either through the Head Start process or through a broader local government reorganisation process. Those were sort of developed up through the floor. They could have been challenged or moved through more, but I think that was they broadly reflect a lot of the shared items of conversation at the summit. On the top left, and by left I mean right, on the top right, are some principles or tests that have been put forward by Te Uru Kahika in a piece of work that they've done, which I believe is being distributed to elected members on Friday, which is intended to provide some tests to help discuss regional functions and discuss what the most appropriate delivery method for those regional functions might be. Those tests you provided at the summit as well, to try and provoke some of that conversation amongst territorial authorities as a bit of a structure for how you might think through what an appropriate delivery model is. And then, of course, their criteria rather than principles, but the government's Head Start eligibility criteria are down on the bottom right there. These all, to me, speak to the challenge of being able to say at a high level what are some of the things that we would like to achieve, and then we contrast that with what are some of the directions that the conversations are going in, and it's really hard to square the circle between those two things of what would we like to achieve and how are we actually having the conversation, how are TAs and communities having the conversation at the moment. That's a challenge you could seek to grip up as a council and try and work around that. But I really wanted to highlight that you've had conversations at a principal level, and the conversations happening around the region are in a different space. I've just got two more slides and then we'll get into that conversation about what do you do. what I want to highlight here is this is the timeline of the Head Start, of the Simplifying Local Government process as government has indicated it through the Head Start document. It's very easy to get trapped in the perception of the time we have takes us between today and the 9th of August, and that's all we've got. It's actually a lot of time, well, not a lot of time, but there's more time than 3 weeks to influence the outcomes from this process. Head Start proposals being put forward is one process. Cabinet make decisions in September. There's an election in November. There's coalition negotiations potentially that happen after that, and then final Head Start proposals being due on March 27th, and all of the detailed work that happens in that space. There will be work that eligible Head Start, regions that have been noted as an eligible Head Start region, they will need to do work, and they will need to ask us for help to do that work if Canterbury is any of those regions. Equally, Cabinet confirms the legislation for the Backstart process in May 2027. They will need information from regional councils to develop that. And so any of the work that we do in preparation of that and put into that process proactively, whether invited or not, will be helpful to be able to influence that process. And then lastly, I snuck in there, October 2028, as you know, the existing regional councillor roles are disestablished, and there will be a local election for territorial authorities and new unitary councils that are formed through Head Start process. Wow, what an opportunity to influence if you were a councillor around a new unitary authority. So I want us to, as we go through this conversation, be thinking about what's helpful to take us to 9th of August, but also what's helpful for this entire process that we're working in here to make sure that you're using your time in this office as effectively as possible. I'm just this is my last slide, and then over to you for conversation. So what we've anticipated here, and feel free to push back about that. We've anticipated that you would like to continue your facilitate and support approach, and that you don't want to take any significant changes from that. We'd like to elicit that feedback from you if there are significant changes to your facilitate and support approach, because that's very useful for us to know, so we can support you to take that different direction. And what we've listed out here are some potential options for what you might do next to further that facilitate and support approach. Whether that's around developing some proactive communications and working through that strategic communications work. And Megan of the back has already done some thinking about what that proactive communications could look like, and is very happy to come up and speak to you about what some opportunities for that could look like. But also these opportunities for further developing those options around regional delivery models and how those might work in more depth, what their pros and cons would be in certain circumstances. That's an option you could do. There's also work that you could do around engaging with Ngāi Tahu. They've invited councils to come and speak to them, and engaging with through Te Uru Kahika and with other South Island councils or regional councils to develop more detailed options or other options for the development of service delivery or for the delivery of regional services. I think that there will come the time in the process where TAs will realise we need to work out how we deliver these services, and the better dressed we can be when that time comes, there will be dividends from that process, I would say. You could also choose to formally agree a council position around what your preferred option for the delivery of regional services might be, and publicly state what the benefits of it are. That could be going a bit harder than facilitate and support. That could be putting your foot down and saying this is what we think needs to happen in order to deliver those functions, but you could choose to go in that direction. And you could also develop some advice for government. We've phrased it as exemplar draft legislation there, but advice for government on what legislative vehicles may need to be set up to effectively deliver regional functions and services. What we'd like is a conversation from you about what you would like to do next to be able to further your facilitate and support approach. So then we can work out how are we supporting you, and how we can best enable you to execute that position in the rest of the Simplifying Local Government process. Chair, I hand over to you to facilitate that conversation.
Thank you. That's really good, and it's good to start talking about where next steps might want to go, because there's, as you say, there's still a lot of time that's going to happen in this process, and we've got 3 weeks for the initial Head Start proposals that the TAs will put forward, but then there's either 2 years or 5 years before whatever new entity will be stood up. And in that time, we've got a lot of work that we can do to help facilitate and also support the best outcomes for what's important to the regional council, which is those functions that we are entrusted with at this point in time. So what I'll do is I won't say too much at this point, but I'll go straight to Peter and then Faulkner and then Mackay.
Yeah, so Claire and I have to leave very quickly, but one of the things I was thinking about, Patrick, in terms of the principles that we could be putting forward, is time. Like this whole process needs time for the function to be integrated in any change model.
Peter, can you please use your microphone?
Or
speak into it?
Sorry, I was between phones. Try and get closer to Andrea, actually. So my point is one of the principles that we should put forward here is that the time needs to be given for the functions that we hold to be integrated and not just picked on. This is not a pick and mix opportunity for TAs. This is an opportunity for them to sit back and have a look at what the function is and what functions they think they need and what functions they don't think they need. So we don't need to scare them. And I'm really happy to hear you say that the progress that you've made with this, Patrick, so well done. But that's my point. I think that should be one of the principles. And my personal one is that from this point in time, it should be at least 5 years from now. That before, I know we're going to get shot, and that's fine. I don't mind that happening to me. We've served our time. But the functions that sit within this building need time to be integrated. Thank you.
Councillor Faulkner.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. I think that's really, really good summary and report. I'm looking at it from a perspective that as council we're agnostic on what happens, but we have a knowledge on what needs to happen. And I think at some point in time that needs to be put in front of Cabinet. So how that would be managed, I don't know, but I think we can identify the potential shortfalls of any of the options put in front more easily than the TAs and still remain agnostic. That's what I'd like to see.
Claire.
Thank you. I will be leaving the room as well. But I think that the pieces of work that are no regrets would be the further detail around the regional council functions and services. I think that that's probably quite important. And your options here around the further actions, either provide it to the interested TAs and communities, or for council to come back and have an agreed provision. I'm probably a little bit different to John. I think we've sat here being agnostic for a couple of 3 months now. And I think that it's probably time that, with the right information of around what a regional shared services options look like, that perhaps we could be brave and have a council decision, a preferred option position. I do think we need to be very careful if we want to develop an exemplar draft legislation. We don't want to get in the media for telling government what they want and writing it for them. So I can understand why we've got Olivia sitting here, but yeah, I think we just need to be a little bit careful around drafting legislation. I'd far rather see us invest in what that delivery of services and functions looks like. Thank you.
Councillor Moody.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the approach we're taking so far. I think we're doing a really good job, doing all the right things, having the hui out at Lincoln Uni, bringing people together, not having a strong view on how things should be done, and that enables us to be in the room and have conversations with councillors from across the political spectrum and across Canterbury, using our relationships, packaging up the information about what we actually do. I think that's the really probably top thing for me at the moment, because most councillors I talk to at TAs don't really know what we do. the majority. So I think that's the absolute no-brainer, just to keep on being able to give folks a little, package. And I don't like this idea of agreeing a council position on a preferred plan, because given the huge diversity of views we have across this council from one extreme to the other, that it doesn't feel appropriate, because there's not really much of a shared view. This is my thinking at the moment, but I'm happy to explore and expand. I don't have all the answers, right? This is a workshop. Yeah.
Councillor Gerard.
I'm not very good at being agnostic. The reminds me that we're all lined up like dogs having to be submissive in a position where I look forward to the time when we can be more like heading dogs and hunterways. And so I was very lucky being able to sit next to Sarah at the with DIA at the on the second, and she we at our table looked at maybe looking at a regional approach, and when we looked at shared services, we considered it more to be shared and to regional shared services. So, and therefore strengthening the regional services to be, as we've got on the map here. So, just wondering if we could explore that scenario and whether other regional councils would be interested in pooling shared services. And so, like for our coastlines, we have all our marine activities working together with our river people, that we're all working together, climate adaptation, all those bird security. It's and also inter-regional public transport and freight. So looking at the whole, in a broader picture.
Councillor Sunkel, you're next.
Thank you. Just going through some of the thoughts, I think we do need to move towards some council positions on some of our functions. We've talked to the TAs about the possibilities of what things could look like, but I think very clearly we have some strong views within the organisation as to the best outcomes for our rivers team, our flood management, our civil defence and other matters, but equally some of our other functions could sit within a new unitary authority. And when I think across Canterbury, other than Christchurch, and I'm not 100% on their position, but they seem to think that they would like to take the functions in and do their own thing. But the rest of Canterbury, I think, is moving towards a shared service. So I think it is appropriate that we clearly identify those functions that we see as a shared service across Canterbury and what that form might look like. I think that is useful. We don't have to go out and proselytise and tell them this is what it is, but I think we can develop that thought and thinking, and when asked, have it ready for and available. And then the next point down, the exemplar, a wee bit different to Councillor Mackay, draft legislation for delivery and regional functions. I think we need to be very, very clear as to the statutory function. We talk about the functions and the regional functions and what may or may not happen. I think we need some very, very clear templates that show the actual responsibility. And I think about sitting in the seminar we held, and that someone from somewhere going, why have you got 74 staff in transport? You only need 3 or 4. Why the hell would you have that many? Or why do you have this? Or why do you do that? I think there's still a lack of understanding of the statutory requirements that sits within some of those functions. So having that really clearly mapped out, saying if you want to take them over, these are your responsibilities, not functions you may wish or choose to do or not do. So I think it would be useful to have an exemplar and maybe some comments about legislative change if required to be able to devolve some of those functions, because they are critically important into the future. Just my thoughts around that place. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Councillor Campbell.
My thoughts have been developing through this workshop. I'm fairly similar to most of the comments that have been already made. I'm very comfortable with not taking any position on where lines on maps are drawn. That's not, they can organise, the territorial authorities, how they organise themselves is absolutely up to them. I am beginning to develop, no. I now do believe that we should be taking a position on what is the best way or the couple of best ways to organise regional functions, and pointing out the advantages and disadvantages of both, because actually that's the information that is completely missing in, from what I can gather, most of the territorial authority conversations. And if we don't do it, who is going to do it? And I am also increasingly comfortable and somewhat inspired by Ngāi Tahu's approach of takiwā-wide shared services and expertise. And I actually do think we should be making approaches to Otago Regional Council and Southland Regional Council and West Coast Regional Council saying, what do you think about this? Should we actually start looking at developing something along these lines? Is it something that we can, through the process that happens over the next couple of years, say, look what we've worked up, is this going to help make life easier and more efficient for everyone? When I look at that, I actually think that's long-term thinking, and it's also thinking outside the narrow geographical boundaries that the territorial authorities have locked themselves into. I do think we should be taking a position on delivery of regional functions, because in Canterbury we're the experts on that. And we keep saying that territorial authorities have different levels of understanding. Well, of course they do. They haven't had to look at this before. And so for us to expect them to come to a clear position in 3 months is expecting a bit much, really. I think by us taking a position, we will be helping them more.
Councillor Mackenzie.
I thought I was going to be able to agree with Councillor Campbell in that I don't think we should take a position on where the boundaries are. And because I don't believe we should take a position on what the looks like, I don't believe we can take a position on regional delivery of stuff, because the moment you start to have a position on how we should deliver stuff, you tend to start to favour geographical boundaries or non-geographical boundaries. And I'm strongly of the view that well, there are two issues. One is, I think, if we want to have credibility as advising TAs, City Council, the new unitaries, of how in terms of performing the functions that we perform, the moment we start to show any preference for any particular model, we lose our neutrality and they will stop asking us for advice. I think that's a real danger, and I think we owe it to our staff and the functions that we deliver to retain that neutrality at all cost. And so any shift into a communication strategy or into a delivery strategy as to what we think is the best way to deliver, you lose that neutrality. And I think that would be poor. The second thing is, if you try to make decisions which actually we don't all agree with, then I don't see that any decisions made in any of these roles is something that I would be bound to as from a combined regional council perspective, because I think these are matters of personal preference. So we've got two issues here. One is as a regional council, and the other is as a local in whatever part of the Canterbury region I'm living in. And we might have different perspectives from those two roles. And I think in this case, I don't think I have any requirement to honour one of those perspectives over the other. So I'm not sure that we could ever discipline our councillors if we did try to come to a single position on some of these issues. So I strongly would advise this council to maintain its neutrality so that we retain our credibility in being able to advise the TAs and future unitary councils on how to deliver the services that we now do deliver.
Councillor Mackay, Megan.
Well, those were actually a lot of the words that I'd already written down, but I'd use different.
Your notes.
I'd use quite similar principles, but slightly different words. I agree that we should remain neutral but interested. I think that that's positioned us really well, and it's enabled us to have true influence, like better influence, greater influence, and so that's where maintaining that neutrality is really helpful. But the way that I see it is that this is a phased approach to things. We've been in phase one, which is to go, here's the basics of what our functions are. Here's how many staff we have, and here's how much it costs. And that enables an awareness. So the awareness phase is over, and now we can actually move into the more detailed phase, where we do give forward absolutely everything that Councillor Campbell said, the details. But I wouldn't take it so far to go, and this is our position. On this one, it's our preferred. But we do need to do that work. That is actually us going into phase two of being neutral but interested. And if it means going as far as doing some templates and exemplar documents, then I think we take that as it comes to see whether this phase two, which is to get all of the detailed information and the possibilities out, actually leads us to that place. Because once we start doing that, I think we are tipping into the position stage, which I think will make us lose influence. The only thing I'd also add is if we are to maintain a neutral but interested position, then we need to make sure that we're going to do the detailed work, then we need to be really careful in how we communicate that and who we communicate that with. And to, and I think it does need to be the TAs and Ngāi Tahu. We need to share the information in a way that continues to have that neutrality. And then it means that we also have to make sure that how we engage in our communications, our media, all of that also needs to demonstrate that we're still remaining in service and not in leadership. So I think we have to kind of put them together. And then if individual councillors have individual positions, then they can say, this is ECAN's position, but this is also what I think, quite safely and separately.
Do you have some, Patrick?
Having heard the conversation across the room, this might sound a bit circular, but would you like to take a decision that you don't have a position? Because currently your position is informal and broadly shared, but you haven't taken a position as a council or within any of your committees that is the position that you are holding to. Would you like to take a decision that you've agreed to and voted on and held to, that you don't have a position on the particular outcome here, and you can point to that and say that's where we land, and we can support you towards that direction? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what I was putting forward to the working group last week, I think it was, that continuing to be informal at all times doesn't actually enable councillors who might have a position to go, this is ECAN, but this is me. And that might get muddled up, particularly not necessarily in social media posts, because I think that we're all a little bit more clever. But in those conversations that we're having one-on-one with councillors, we can actually make that really clear.
Yeah, I think the timing of that would be interesting. Do you do that now or do you do that after? I'm not sure about that, to be fair. I've got Councillor Davis and then Moody. Oh, yes, I'll come back to the people.
Thanks, Patrick. This is good because I really appreciated what you gave us and what other councils, regional councils, are how they're approaching it. But I do agree that our position should just stay neutral. I have concerns that we hold all this knowledge on our plans, in our plans, what works, what doesn't work, and with the regional spatial plan, I want to make sure that we really share what's working, what's not working in those plans. It's super important. And I think John's Sunkel's point about, and I think Megan was kind of touching on it, it'd be nice to tease out, just to condense what's the statutory, regulatory, and what's the non-regulatory functions, just to make it really easy for us and anyone we're talking to. Just tease that out. I mean, John put it quite well. So, yeah, that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, before I go back around, and I know we've just run out of time, but we'll just go. One of the things that I've just written here is the statutory obligations, the non-statutory. What are those? But also what statutes are coming in from the current round of reforms, and how those things over 30, the piece that's important here is how over 30 years of delivering them, the experience that the regional councils had to be able to deliver those, and using the government's words against them, to deliver those efficiently with economies of scale or something along those lines, utilising their own words so that you can then provide that more information. Now, I've got an interesting thought going through my mind, and I'm just trying to understand the difference between service versus leadership that you mentioned, Councillor Mackay, because the way that what we're doing is actually showing a different form of leadership. It's not being subservient, it's not being passive, it's actually leading by a different way. And I think it's actually more difficult doing it this way than it is by coming out with a certain position and saying, hey, look, this is what we think. But I know I kind of get what you were saying, but I think there's service and leadership that we are providing in this space. And I just want to, the leadership that people want to show, this is leadership. It is probably harder doing it, this type of leadership, than the other type of leadership, because you're letting others trying to find their feet and trying to find the best outcome for the region. So I think those are a couple of things that I've just noted down there. And we are moving into that detailed phase. So that is where we should be sort of listing those statutory, what are they, how are we delivering them, and how can we best deliver them at scale? Or what's the experience, what's the learning, what have we done right, what have we done not so right? Because at some point, and it's in my mind after reading the bill, the adaptation bill, if we're thinking about delivering flood recovery or flood resilience work as a standalone shared service, that won't work under the current legislation that's just been put out there. I cannot see, from what I read this morning through that bill, how if you had a shared service amongst councils that could work. So we need to be also sort of identifying these things and highlighting them. And that's what I think is a leadership role we can play as these new pieces of legislation start to pop out. Now, I've got a couple more hands that have gone up, and then we'll need to close this off. So I'll go with Councillor Sunkel, Councillor Moody, and then Councillor Gerard, and then we'll have to wind it up.
Thank you, Chair. Some of my thoughts are encapsulated in just in what you've said there. I think it is still, we are bound to develop some of our thinking as to what is the best way of delivering our functions. We don't have to then put it in headlines and go out and tell all the entities this is the way it should be, but we need to have a very clear understanding amongst ourselves what is the most effective and efficient way of putting some of those functions out. And when we are asked the question, we then have it readily available And to your point around new legislation and what may be required from that, of being able to wrap that into a whole. We talked about our rivers, our engineering, our science, all those components coming together, natural hazards, to actually give an answer. And there is probably only one way that can happen, and that is through a shared service function in some means. So having the answers ready for the questions, I think, for me is critically important. We don't have to go out, as I say, proselytise and tell them that's the way it's done. But if someone asks me, I want the answer to say, this is where we view the best way forward.
Councillor Moody?
Yes, good workshop. Wish we had a bit more time to talk now. Three things that I agree with that I've heard. Neutrality gives influence. I really, feel that's very strong. And that's the sort of servant leader model. Might be what you're thinking of there, Chair. We're being of service by, talking to our friends who may inherit our jobs. The thing, like I said earlier, Patrick, a little pack to give to a councillor over a coffee, that'd be a handy tool for me personally. I know the docs from the Lincoln University Summit that were on the tables. I didn't know if I grabbed one, but that seemed like a great starter, actually. Have half a dozen of them printed off. And number three, like Megan said, as we move into second stage of influence, and perhaps like John Sunkel was saying, for me, that looks like maybe having A, B, and C written down models of how to deliver services. So this is how you do it as a shared service. This is how you do it as if you're a unitary. This is another option. And then, we nut them out. And then with pros and cons. And so when we're talking to a councillor or a mayoral forum, we can say, well, look, it's up to you guys, but here are some of your options. Here's our knowledge, but the decision is still yours. That might be stage two.
Councillor Gerard, and then we'll wind up.
I think Nettle would like to say something, so I'll just say Chatham Islands. It's all. I'm just going to ask. Because we don't talk about Chatham Islands, and I'm just wondering what's happening there.
They're their own unitary council, so they've got their own. They've got their own challenges. Let's not give them any more. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. This is a good conversation and some really good points. We all, as individual councillors, may have our own preferred option or things, but as a council, we sit here in the knowledge of what we know and what we have delivered over time, and that's the only position we have. The messaging out from here will be very important. I'm not big into wordsmithing things, apologies Ashley, but in this case I think the word choice will be extremely important. Not that
you're great with words, Councillor Lamont.
It's not that we don't have a position, but our position is if you know what I mean. So that will be really key. We're coming up to the starting point rather than the end point, where we can start filling in some of the detail about how the future may look under various iterations. So we stand in our quiet dignity or mana, ready to move forward with what may come.
Yeah, I think what we're grappling with here is positional leadership versus propositional leadership, and at the moment we're in the propositional leadership space, and that's harder, but it's probably serving our communities far better at this point in time, in my view, anyway. And there might be times when we need to dip into the other place to sort of, especially around delivery. But I think there's some really good stuff there, and I think if the working group working with you can take that away, and actually probably come back to us in a relatively soonish time, because I think this conversation's probably about the time where it's ready to evolve. but also bring Megan in there as well, because I've been working with Megan on what are some of the messaging that we can put out there, and it's around our communities, also bringing them along this journey with us, and building that understanding, that commonality of those propositions, I suppose, for a lack of a better word. So I think that's a really good space to go. Did you have something really burning that you wanted to say? Because we're running over time.
I just feel completely opposite to everyone who's spoken. I feel that we need to have actually some sort of voice here, because I feel very disingenuous to my community if I don't. I still believe in quite heavy functions of this council, and I believe that we could have a voice if we only actually had a proper union that spoke on our behalf, actually working with other regional councils, because they feel like we do. And we've been ostracised because we're inhibiting development in certain areas. And so, I mean, I am vocal about this. It's not taking on a council point of view, but
And as I said, there are many different people with different personal views, and I think there's
but I'm not on that working group, right? So this is my
okay.
voice now.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
don't try and
No, it's fine.
Thank you.
But we are over time. There is different views. Thank you very much. We will take that back and I think come back to us. I think there's more work and more conversations to have. I think it's healthy and useful. Next briefing is on One New Zealand Te Kaha, PT operations, to update us on the operations for the new stadium. This is Giles, Stuart and Derek.
We will come back again, Councillor. We will.
Yep, go for it.
Hello. Okay, we're here to talk about public transport operations for One New Zealand Stadium Te Kaha. Reason I'm here really is to provide you with an update of where we're at to date. We've had about 3 months of operations under our wing now. There is a funding implication for the LTP. We previously agreed we would fund the event operations for 18 months from reserves while we work out what the actual cost is. So 3 months in, it's still a very, very fluid situation. There's still quite a few things to settle down yet before we get a better idea of what the ongoing cost of this would be. Just looking back to a couple of briefings we did last year, we talked quite a bit about the forecast demand for public transport coming from the stadium and the differences in the two forecasts we had, one with 2% of spectators using public transport and one with 19%. We talked about the risks that would create, and the biggest risk being running out of capacity on the public transport network to support people, particularly those leaving late night events. We talked quite a bit about the difficulty with putting extra capacity on our network. Really interesting parallels recently. We've had the fireworks event at New Brighton. When the fireworks is on, that's a big crowd of people. But we have 2 routes that go to the fireworks. It's pretty easy for us to strengthen 2 routes. It's very difficult for us to strengthen 20 routes that go to the interchange. So it's a big difference with the stadium being so close to the heart of our network. And then we talked about what our response would be, which was to provide pre-booked dedicated shuttle services for the purpose of reducing the pressure on our metro network. So here we sit today. At the time of writing, there was 9 events completed. It's actually 10 now. We've carried a minimum of about 6,200 spectators on the Metro network. I suspect a lot more, but we don't always know who's a regular punter and who's a spectator. And we've carried just under 4,000 spectators on our event direct shuttle service. So you can see in terms of our mode share, we've had a couple around 6% of stadium. We've had a couple of really low ones. We're kind of hovering somewhere around that 4.5% mark, probably as an average. That's roughly where we seem to be settling at the moment. So we are between the 2% and the 19%, but in fairness, that gave us a pretty big window. I want to focus on the Metro network, on what an event looks like for us. Mostly I'm going to talk about the Friday night rugby games because they're the most regular events, but I will drop into concerts a bit. So a Friday night game for us really starts around 5 o'clock. Typically the event itself starts around 7. We start to see people coming in through the interchange around 5 o'clock-ish. We see the odd full bus, not many, but we really get a lot of delays. The combination of people coming into the stadium hitting the Friday PM peak is very difficult for our network to handle. You see on the slide there, we've got a couple of diagrams. One is a normal Friday 7:30, that's on the left side, and then on the right side is an event Friday. 5:30, an event Friday 5:30. And those nice wee red delay markers, you can imagine almost all of our buses coming into and out of the interchange. They're picking up, 3 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 4 minutes there. It really builds up. And we get to this point where, first Friday, we had 30 to 40 minute delays on almost all services, and some of them more than an hour. It is starting to get a bit better. I think the city is settling into the event and getting the hang of it, so we are seeing congestion falling. We're still 15 to 25 minutes delay on anything trying to get into the interchange and out again at that time when the stadium is filling up. It is starting to become a bit more recoverable, though, because the delays are a bit shorter than first we encountered. So we have a period of time between the stadium filling, so roughly about 6:45 or something. In relative terms, the network is totally deserted. That is our time to try and recover our network in preparation for the bump out. And with the shorter delays, we're generally able to do that. Then we're now sitting at about, where are we? About 8:45. So we go out and we close Manchester Street Superstop. What that does is it means people have to go to the interchange. That means we can see the problem we're dealing with, so we can deal with it. And it avoids the issue we would otherwise have, I think, full buses coming into the interchange when we've got several hundred people hanging around in the interchange and you get a full bus. That's the kind of thing that can cause real crowd control issues. So that's a critical operational piece for us. Next thing that happens really is the final whistle blows, and that kind of wee trickle of people we've probably started to see coming out of the stadium turns into a wave of people. And within 5 minutes or so, they hit Manchester Street. At that point, Manchester Street is closed reactively because it is unsafe to have vehicles going up and down when there's that volume of spectators crossing the street. Most of our network that is, coming in through Manchester Street, which is most of our network, basically stops for the next wee while. Typical rugby game, kind of 10 to 15 minutes. We track our buses, we can see them, they're just around the corner, but they can't actually get to us. But that can be a little bit helpful, it can be troublesome, depends on the event. So what we see is all these people pouring out the stadium, they're coming into the interchange, the queues are building up in the interchange, and you can see the wee CCTV snippets down the bottom of the slide. It builds and builds and builds, and then suddenly someone pulls the plug, Manchester Street is released, and we'll get 8 or 10 buses straight into the interchange, and they just suck the crowds up, and it empties out. So if the CCTV there is from the 660 night, So if you walked into the interchange at 11:15 that night, it would look pretty bad. You know, there's people everywhere, and it's like, whoa, this is really busy. Within 5 minutes, we've clearly cleared about half of it. 5 minutes later, there's tumbleweed going past. So it's, it gets pretty nervy, and then it just goes. So in terms of what's working really well for us, the capacity of our network to bring people into the stadium. On a Friday game, we're running at peak frequency. All of our normal passengers are leaving the city, so there's loads of room for people to get on the bus and come into the city. That's really good. In terms of the bump out, I guess first and foremost, everyone gets home. We haven't had a situation where we've had to escort people out the interchange because there's no buses left. CCC are doing a really good job of crowd control in the interchange. So they put the interchange into event mode. They've got all this color coding stuff to the point of getting people to the right door. That minimizes the movement within the interchange, which means you can queue more effectively and you don't get the crush issues. They have also massively increased the security presence in the interchange. So we've had 25, 26 guards there on an event night, and that's really good. That's just so helpful to us. National ticketing system. We've got a lot of people who are not Metro card holders and who are not normal bus users coming in off events. And the ability for them, obviously, to use their contactless cards to get on the buses, that's really helpful for us. Other things we do, we staff each platform ourselves. We make sure that the buses are actually fully loaded. What we've found is typically a lot of drivers will look over their shoulders, see someone standing in the aisle and say the bus is full. Most of our buses can hold between 15 or 25 people standing, and we make sure that they do. That makes a really big difference in the capacity that we actually deliver on these nights. And the other thing is we sometimes deliberately delay our buses. I don't like sitting here saying that, but we are doing that. Ultimately, we know that the event's just finished. We know there's a whole pile of people coming. If I've got a bus in, I'll probably hold it for 5-10 minutes and make sure it leaves full, rather than watching it leave empty and then watching 1,000 people walk through the door. The other element, we've got a few strategic reserve buses. We've had them for most events, and we have used them on occasion. What doesn't work so well? I talked about that first Friday night a bit. 30 to 40 minute delays across our network. We could not recover that. We had drivers running out of hours. We had service cancellations. As I say, it's getting better. It's mostly recoverable now. It's still not great. And sometimes we use those reserve buses just to plug gaps caused by significant delays in the network. We have risks around the capacity of the interchange. And that is obviously the bigger the event at the stadium, the bigger the risk is of that. And that's where Event Direct is critical to reducing pressure on our Metro network. And then I talked about this kind of reactive closure of Manchester Street with the spectators coming across it. On a rugby game, 10 to 20 minutes, we can deal with that. That's fine. It's in a way quite helpful because it means the queue is in the interchange by the time the bus gets there. The 660 concert was about 30-minute closure, and the All Blacks was 30 to 40-minute closure. That's too long. We need to do something else. We're working on that plan at the moment. So what we're seeing is when there's up to 25,000 people in the stadium, it's okay. When there's more than that, we need to do something different. I just wanted to touch on that interchange capacity one a wee bit. The building has a fire certificate for 2,000 people. That's very theoretical. The reality is probably a little bit less. The table on this slide just shows you the number of people we think would be in the interchange. And that's on the assumption that those people using Event Direct would otherwise have used a Metro service. So we'd have come pretty close, we think, on that first event of the 24th of April. We'd have fallen over it, definitely, the 660 concert. And there's a few other times, depending on what that actual limit in reality is, we might have come pretty close to problems there. Going on to Event Direct. And so the the reason that we do Event Direct is just to reduce the capacity issues at the interchange and make sure we've got enough capacity on our metro network to carry people. So we do it as pre-booked, prepaid, so we know how many people we're getting, and we guarantee them a space on the bus, and you'll see it promoted as your kind of guaranteed ride home. We operate at Latimer Square and Ara, and Latimer Square is right on the doorstep of the venue. Ara is about a block away, so it's pretty good. And because of the nature of the service, we can be really agile with it. We can try different things, switch it around if it's not working, and deliver improvements really quickly. So currently we serve 11 different destinations with Event Direct. We've just removed the Sumner Ferrymead route, and we've replaced it with Princess Margaret Hospital in Barrington. We're not getting the sales on the Sumner route that we expected, and we were getting quite big queues in the metro network going down towards Princess Margaret Hospital. So we're going to give that a try, run it for I don't know, a few games, see if it works. If it doesn't work, we'll try something else. I wanted to touch on Latimer Square. So we're serving five corridors, 9 destinations out of Latimer Square. That means I need a whole bunch of different queues. And I need the ability to have a load of people queuing for my first bus and loads of people still being able to get round them to the next queue. And that means you need a lot of space. Latimer Square is brilliant for us. We've got all that square with all the space on the grass within the park to queue people, and that leaves the rest of the street free for safe bus operations. As I said before, it's right on the doorstep of the venue, so it gives us kind of premium service. We operate within a road closure, so there's no other vehicles going up and down. The odd parked car might leave, but that's about it. And also we're in an area where there's no, I think there's one club, there's no other businesses, there's no car parks, there's nothing to attract people. So the street is pretty much empty. It makes it really, really safe. It works really well for us. And the parking is zero revenue parking, so we're not reducing any revenue on that. We've had our customer feedback from Event Direct. So far, we're running at 94% very satisfied or satisfied, which is great. I noted, I think yesterday, Stu was 96% on the Metro network, so I'm a little bit peeved at that. There's a few things come up. We've had some feedback, journey times, some of the congestion issues we've had. And we keep improving, we keep changing our system, and we keep developing our booking system as well. It was an off-the-shelf product, and we've started to enhance that and started to be able to give much better information to people on their bookings. So we're responding all the time to the feedback we get and improving the service as we can. In terms of private revenue, commerciality, farebox, I guess firstly, there's a pretty strong correlation between the number of tickets we sell and the percentage farebox we achieve. So we've got a certain level of fixed costs, and the more tickets we sell, the more revenue we get in comparison to the fixed costs. Once we go above a certain level, the fixed costs start to, or we hit more variable costs. I said about a year ago that I was hoping to get 30 to 50% PRR range. What we are currently achieving is 40% farebox. It's a little bit different to PRR because farebox is our direct costs versus the revenue. So, for example, there's some staff time goes into marketing for this. They're obviously shared amongst all the other marketing they do, but that isn't counted, whereas that would be counted against private revenue. Ultimately, our average farebox is 25% across the metro network, so running at 40% must be positive for our private revenue. Just in terms of the combination of Metro and Event Direct, I thought it was worth focusing on the 660 concert. This was our absolute highest risk event, 35,000 spectators in the stadium, and finishing at 10 to 11 on a Saturday night when we don't have a whole lot of bus capacity remaining. So we saw a really big risk here that our metro network would be overwhelmed. People would not be able to get home. Our response was we really pushed the marketing on Event Direct, and we put that alongside a message highlighting that metro services would have very little capacity that night. So we doubled our sales on Event Direct, which was really, really good, sold over 2,000 tickets. We had provisioned for the Event Direct shuttle buses once they'd left Latimer Square, dropped the customers off to swing back and get into the interchange in case we needed them. Ultimately, that wasn't needed, but that was our kind of safety net. We did use a couple of our strategic reserve buses as well, and that was to reduce queue pressures in the interchange. I reckon majority of people would have queued for probably 20 to 30 minutes at the interchange on that Saturday night, and most of that was because our buses were stuck in Manchester Street. There's always the odd unfortunate soul who queues for longer, but the reality is at that time of night, most of our network is operating on a 30-minute headway anyway. So it's actually, if you turn up just after the bus is gone, it's unlucky, but you are going to be waiting half an hour. And most importantly, everyone got home, as far as I know. The interchange was clear by the time we finished operations. I wanted to touch a wee bit on partnership working. We're fully embedded in the Venues Otatahi traffic management plan, and that's huge for us. That is allowing us to operate. CCC spoke about the great work they've been doing in the interchange with our crowd control and some of the operations there. They're also supporting us in our Latimer Square operations with compliance for parking, and they've allowed us to get our own staff license so we can get vehicles towed out of there, which unfortunately is a all too regular occurrence, but ultimately we need the space to drop people off in. We've had some engagement as well with Christchurch and Z and some other parties, and you see on the right-hand side of this slide, it's just some promotion that our partners have been doing for us, and that's been really helpful in expanding our reach to sell tickets on Event Direct. Yeah, so finally, ultimately, the combination of the measures at the interchange and Event Direct have allowed us to support spectator travel and protect our reputation. That was one of our key objectives from previous briefings. Event Direct is really critical in avoiding metro reaching that overcapacity area. Roughly speaking, our economic assumptions are looking pretty good and looking achieved. And Latimer Square, I said before, is absolutely critical. I guess key things are changing. We keep learning, but it is a fluid situation. So a Crusaders game currently is selling out all 25,000 seats in that stadium. That's got to be probably 10,000 or so more than they used to get at Addington. Matatu got 12,500. We are now standing up for the NPC game against Auckland on the 1st of August because the venues told us that the tickets are selling like hotcakes. So we don't know if we are seeing a new normal or if we're seeing an initial new stadium bump. We don't know where this will settle down, and we don't know at what point it will be settled enough that we can say, okay, we need to support that event, we don't need to support that event. That's where we are at the moment. And, the venue's the same, CCC are the same. And the traffic management guys, they are experimenting as well. They're going to be pulling bits back and kind of seeing what happens. So there's a lot of fluidity and a lot of change going on in space. You will see stuff change, but I don't know what it is yet. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, thank you for the presentation. Great to see the work that you're doing and working with CCC as well in the traffic management. I've only been to a few games there, but I haven't taken the public transport. Wasn't too sure, but now I know. I'll probably do it on the next one, especially for NPC and FPC, hopefully. Just a question on the reserve buses. So they sit in. Do they just? Are they in actual across the road there, or? And the second part of that question is, I take it you have used them. Have they been on have you used them multiple times on the similar routes, or is it just kind of at random?
Yeah, so we've been setting them in the centre of the interchange. The route that's been hit the hardest is Route 7 down to Hallswell, but it's also one of our highest frequency routes. So there's a bit of there's a huge queue, but there's actually a reasonable frequency. We've used reserve buses a couple of times on that route, and we've used them, I guess, randomly, as it were, to support routes where buses have been heavily delayed. And that tends to be the longer distance ones. So I think on the since 669, I sent one up to Rangiora because the wait time was just going to be far too long. Other than that, Route 1 northbound and Route 1 southbound have heavy loads during events. Obviously, we've started up Event Direct to cover off a bit of Route 1 southbound. We already cover Route 1 northbound. It's already our best seller on Event Direct. So it's just a lot of people up that way who like to watch rugby.
Councillor Mackenzie?
Yeah, look my question really is around the traffic management, because that feedback I've had from punters and from people involved with the City Council is that to a degree that some people think that might have been an overreaction in terms of the street closures, and for your regular bus services coming into the exchange, you're inferring that is a significant hurdle, and yet you're benefiting from the traffic management by using whatever you call your service that stops at Latimer Square. So and right at the end of your presentation, I think you said that they are reviewing, City Council is reviewing the traffic management requirements to try to pedal it back a bit. I guess my question is that when they do that review, is there a better way of trying to keep the roads open for everybody before and after the game, and there may be consideration that might be compromising foot passengers, but maybe there's another way of controlling the pedestrians rather than the traffic to allow you to continue the city operating as normal, if you like. And I'm conscious of the fact that I haven't been able to get tickets to the new stadium, so I haven't got first-hand experience. But I used to go to Lancaster Park quite often when they had 60,000 people and spilling it out onto the street, and traffic tended to slow down in those days when there was a swab of 25,000 drunk rugby fans walking across the road, where their cars thought they were sent smart enough to stop. So is there another way of controlling the traffic on Manchester Street in particular, rather than actually closing the road?
Look, it's a fair question. I guess there's a few things in here, and you're right. We're very much kind of swings and roundabouts. So the traffic management hampers our services in some ways, and it supports them in others. Manchester Street itself, I'm not convinced there's a lot more that can be done. And when you have that volume of people crossing the road, I don't really want to be running buses up the road at that point. The length of closure is the problem for us on the big events, and we may need to look at diverting, but there's a whole bunch of consequences when we do divert that we need to consider pretty carefully. They will definitely be reducing some of the traffic management footprint, but ultimately I guess the venue have to balance the safety of their spectators versus the flow of traffic.
Anyway, moving on. Who's next? Councillor Ward.
Mine was probably more of a statement than a question. I mean, talked to Phil Major a week ago, and he tells us there's nearly been 300,000 people through the stadium. I mean, think of the money they're bringing to the city. And, you're looking at talking about an event of 25,000 people, yet you're only moving 600 people on buses one night. So if you put 60 people on each bus, that's only actually 10 extra buses. Is that correct?
600 sounds, it depends on the figures. I'd have to go back to the table. When new
1,000 for 660, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's your outbound figures there. So moving a couple of thousand on the 660 night. One thing we're very conscious of is we can do more with Event Direct. We're going to up some of the promotion and push that service a bit harder.
That was my next question, is the potentially upside there?
Yeah, and ultimately what we're trying to do is find that marketing sweet spot. We've obviously got marketing spend versus revenue return. So we need to find the what is the optimal marketing spend, and unfortunately that's going to differ for each event. So it's getting a lot easier with the Crusaders because we have our regular followers. They're going to book tickets without any marketing. The NPC game will be a new one. We'll have to generate new followers for that, and of course the concert, any concert could be a completely different bunch of people each time. So quite a lot of variability, I think, in the marketing we have to do to push this service each time.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you. This is really interesting. Is there any ability to use all that space around the stadium? I know they didn't design for buses. I'm thinking, is this all an afterthought that we have to get buses ready to pick people up after the event?
I got to say, I'm really happy with Latimer Square. We're like 2 minutes from the stadium, but we don't get caught up in all the people. I wouldn't, as a general rule, I don't want to put my buses right outside a stadium because they just won't move. So it's nice. We've got a sweet spot of being really, really close, but actually not in the, when people leave the stadium, about 70% of them head into town, and the other 30% head south or east. Very few of them are actually going up through Latimer Square. It's just worked well. Yeah.
Councillor Gerard.
So, great presentation. Thank you. Further afield, Rolleston and Mangor, have you had much interest in getting a park and ride situation going there?
We have had some feedback from people seeking our services that way. Obviously, there's an event train running for most of the Crusaders game, which does the Rolleston Rangiora. So hoping that will continue. From our perspective right now, we don't have any space for any additional load zones in Latimer Square. So we cannot serve any more destinations than the 11. We could do one more on an existing corridor, but we can't serve any new destinations without cutting any existing ones. So we're a wee bit limited there. Also got to think of the efficiency of bus use. Obviously, if I send a bus to Rolleston, I'm not going to see it again that night. So we've been trying to focus on the urban area where we've got the potential to turn the bus back and do a second run if we need to.
Have you got some figures on the train service, how many people it was able to serve?
No, sorry, no information on that.
Councillor Ward again.
Just an observation, carrying on from Andrew's question. My son and I managed to get a season's pass to the Crusaders games, and an observation was that the Latimer Square, I thought that worked really, really well for the buses. It gave the crowd sort of enough time to disperse out, so there was no congestion. Some knew where the buses were, and some just headed straight for town. So I think that space actually works really, really well, and I think if the longer you can keep using that or keep that relationship going for that space, the better.
Cool. Councillor Gerard, and then we'll finish off.
Can I just follow up? Do you think we'd be able to find out that how it's working, the train service and the figures? Is that a possibility?
We can certainly ask the question. Ultimately, they're a private operator, so they may choose not to provide the information, but we can certainly ask the question.
It is their commercial, probably commercial in confidence for their business planning that they're probably looking at doing at the moment. They didn't provide me any numbers when I asked them, so we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for this presentation. It's really good to see that. One question: do you think you think it's worth continuing on with the Event Direct?
Am I still on? I am. Yeah, absolutely. Because I think if we had not had that service, we would be in the headlines for all the wrong reasons with the Metro network.
Cool. All right, thank you. Who's on closing karakia?
Kia tau ngā manaakitanga Ātimi, naro ki runga ki tina o tātou, kia mahia te hua mā kihi, kia toi te kupu, toi te mana, toi te araha, toi te reo Māori, kia tūturu ka whakamoa kia teina, haumie, huie,
Tāki.
tāki.